Alright guys, good morning. Hope y'all are well today. Alright, I'm having a trouble time waking up. I didn't get a ton of sleep. Hope you all are well today. We got some gappers today. We got like MNKD. Alright, there we go. Sorry. There's MNKD. It's pushing up over $5. We've got KIN over 9s here. We got CATB at 260s. We've got Ford. We've got GTEC. ARVL. We got SPI gapping up some. It's honestly a pretty slow day, except for like MNKD. What's up, Hammer? What's up, Jonathan? What's up, Creole? What's up, D? Hey, well, thank you, bro. Good evening, sir. D. Can you touch on dividend stocks today? I can talk about dividend stocks, although you want to understand I'm not an expert at dividend investing. Dividend investing, the logic is very simple, though. What's up, Han? What's up, Dave the Medic? Yeah, but with dividend investing, I'm gonna call you Leaf because it's easier, because I don't want to get banned by saying your name. But with dividend investing, it's actually really simple, and here's the logic. All right, and it makes sense if you think about it, and it's one of the best ways to invest, to be honest. But here's the logic. All right, if you're going to be a dividend investor, if you're going to invest in dividend stocks, you need to find stocks that you think are going to go up anyway. Because if you could find stocks that you think are going to go up anyway, if you could find stocks that are going to go up, you're somewhat more protected by having dividends paid out to you as well. Right? You don't want to just look for the highest paying dividend stocks, because a lot of the time those are not going to be the most successful. But if you could find stocks that you know and that you like that also pay dividends, that's really the route you want to take. Because that way you're protecting yourself from multiple different angles. That way, if the stock does not go up like you want it to, you're still somewhat protected because it's paying you dividends anyway. But if it does continue to go up, even though it is paying you dividends, then you're getting paid from two different sources, right? You're getting paid from dividends, and then you're getting paid from the stock going up, and you're profiting per share on the gains of that stock. That's the common logic with dividend investing, is that you need to find stocks that you think are going to go up anyway. A lot of times people are just going to pivot to stocks that that pay out the highest dividends, and that's not the right move, because sometimes stocks that are failing pay out dividends in order to give people a reason to buy them, right? But they're not actually good companies. And so you want to find good companies that pay out dividends, and in turn you'll be protected from multiple different areas, if that makes sense. That's the logic. What's up, Juan? Y'all hit the like button. Run those like numbers up. I could see the one hater creating fake accounts and sending the dislikes right now. It's really weird to see him. What a strange man, you know? Like, that's what you're doing with your life, bro. You know? Like, he's just got to be over there just struggling. Like, he's never going to admit that to himself. But he's just over there just struggling in life. You know? Like, what has his life come to? He's spending all mornings disliking somebody else's videos. You feel bad for him, man. You feel bad for him. You really do. It's not even like I'm just saying that. Like, I genuinely feel bad for whoever this is. You know, I pity them. You know what I mean? So, hey, run those like numbers up if you can. Because you can see him. He's, like, creating the fake one now. Like, look, there's 9. And then the 10 is going to go up. It's the same amount every day. What a weirdo, bro. Yeah. And then the funny thing is, like, it's just going to get overpowered by me saying, hey, y'all, hit the like button. You know, and it doesn't really affect the stream like he probably thinks it does. So if he thinks he's doing anything, it's probably not. But hey. Prayers sent out for that guy. Yes, I'm drinking coffee. What do I think of OCGN? All right, but AMC gapping down a little bit today, which is fine. I think like small little pops up are what we're looking for. We're just looking for small little pops, and if you look at the chart, this is a pretty strong chart. Right, for sure, Craig, 100%. I pity the fool. Mr. T, where's he at? Nah, 7th one. She'll be in 7th grade next year. She's too old, bro. She's too old. She's trying to act too grown. You know? They got all these little boyfriends and girlfriends at school. And I just come in like the dad I am, and I'm just kind of like, yo, y'all are in a bunch of pretend fake relationships. You know, like they're getting jealous of each other. They're like, hey, you know, that's my boyfriend and you don't talk to him. You know what I mean? I'm sitting there like, bro, like y'all are I tell her, I'm like, Maddie, listen, I know y'all are acting so grown here in 6th grade. The reality is you need to look at everybody getting jealous and being insecure, and you need to just tell them, look, these are a bunch of pretend relationships because we're in 6th grade and we're 11 years old. You know? Like, stop being so desperate to look grown. I was like, look, adults look at y'all and y'all are like, they act so childish here. You know? Like, y'all are too desperate to look old. That y'all look young. You know? Drama. You know, 6th grade, man. Hey, what's up, Daniel? Yeah, and it's crazy. It's just kind of like, come on, y'all, you know? Like, the reason I told my daughter that is because they're in class, and they've got all these little boyfriends and girlfriends, which I'm personally against, but it's inevitable. I can't do anything about it. And then it's like, now, anytime my daughter talks to one of the other boys in class, one of the other little snooty girls gets mad at her and says she's flirting with every boy she talks to, and I'm just kind of like, look, none of these relationships are real. And I was proud of her. She actually told the snooty, you know, girl that. She was like, look, none of these relationships are real. Like, we're 11 years old. These are just a bunch of pretend relationships. Like, you getting jealous over me makes you look really insecure and young. You know, so stop it. And she said that, and then it kind of stopped. She kind of dropped the whole nonsense from the school. I was proud of her. But, man, I wasn't ready for 6th grade, bro. I wasn't ready. I remember 6th grade, and I remember drama from 6th grade, from like all that stuff. I wasn't ready for it as a parent. I really wasn't. Yeah, and that's what I told her, and because at one point my daughter was like, well, at least it's gonna get better as we get older, and I was like, I don't think it is. I think it's gonna get a little bit worse, and then it's gonna kind of even out after a certain point. Once you get into like high school, it gets a little bit worse, but then at right around like 10th grade, it gets a little bit easier, and it kind of evens out, and people start to be a little bit more mature. But from now to like 9th or 10th grade, it's going to get progressively worse. And I told her, I was like, I want you to mentally prepare yourself for that. You'll be okay. I told her, I was like, all that matters is you got good friends. They don't even have to go to your school. You got a few close friends that you can have and be close to. And that's all that really matters right now. And you just want to focus on your schoolwork and get your ish done, and you'll be okay. Yeah. Albert said he wants some advice. Number one, I don't give stock market advice. This is purely my own subjective opinion, sir. But he says, I'm considering taking a $900 loss and selling my Dogecoin, which I'll get $4,000. I want to invest the $3,500 into AMC. Good or bad move? I don't know. No idea. I always try to say this. Nobody knows what AMC is going to do. I am diamond handsing AMC from the 920s. And so I have a very unique and different, I have a very unique situation relative to most people trying to trade AMC right now. AMC's at almost $60 right now. I'm not going to be the one that just blindly tells you to buy it, because I don't know what AMC is going to do here. I really don't. And so good luck. I don't know. Well, whether it's like AMC or Doge, I don't know, to be honest. I think Doge is less extended where it is now, but it's hard to tell whether we're going to get another spike in Doge. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if Doge is going to be like AMC, where it spikes, crashes down a little bit, and then spikes again. It's hard to tell. And so nobody really knows, and I would advise you to just be careful. That's all I know. I'll say this. If it was me, I would think about doing both of them. You know what I mean? Maybe if it was me, and again, I'm not going to tell you should do that, because maybe they both crash. I don't know. But what I am saying is that if I didn't know which security or which asset really to choose from, then maybe I would split the money between the two. Is what I would probably do. And I'm kind of doing that. I'm holding some Doge. I'm holding Bitcoin right now. My general philosophy, like if I'm putting big money into something, when I do so, I usually look for large pullbacks that I can profit from. I look for oversold stocks. When I look at a chart, I say, okay, is this thing extended on the downside and likely to bounce back up? Like, that's what I ask myself when I look at a chart. And so, for instance, the last one I got into was Bitcoin, and I'm still holding Bitcoin, and I can show you this position if you guys want to see it. But the last thing I got into was Bitcoin, and I bought it at 31K. And so, again, we had an extraordinarily large pullback in Bitcoin, and I was able to just buy this thing down here at 31K right here. And it was a great dip buy, but I looked at this chart and I said, okay, this is extraordinarily oversold. I'm going to try to ride the bounce back up, which I did. And I was able to get, a 33% gain from 30 to 40 very quickly in this trade from just looking for oversold stocks. And so my general philosophy is not to buy stuff at these highs. My general philosophy is to buy on the pullbacks. And so I hope that makes sense, and I hope you understand what I mean by that. So I can't tell you. That's something that you gotta weigh the risks with and figure out yourself, bro. And good luck. I hope you do well. I hope you do well. What's up, Romeo? Yeah, for sure, Daniel. I do. Dude, as long as you're not divorced, she'll be fine. Daughter's not living with her dad in high school. Those are situations that go bad. Yeah, I mean, she'll be alright, Yeah, for sure, Ricardo. Yeah, it's a tough time, bro. I never wanted to drop kick, you know, a 6th grader as much as I do now. You know what I mean? But you know, I love my kids and they'll be all right. You know, I just try to keep them grounded. That's all you can do as a parent, is just try to keep them grounded. You know, my daughter's currently grounded. Like, you know, no pun intended. My daughter is literally grounded right now. You know, she's got her phone taken away, her computer taken away, everything. We found her being inappropriate through text messages. You know, and I'm not going to say what we found, but she's grounded right now, you know. But hey, she's a good kid. She's a good kid. Yeah, no worries, Albert. But yeah, when you look at a stock like and again, there's different niches of trading, right? Like, people are gonna do different things well and do different other things not as well, you know. Yeah, for sure, Paul, and that's 100% it. Yeah, very slow day right now, though. Very slow day. I mean, Doge is just dipping, guys. I don't know what. I mean, Doge is at 31 cents. I mean, I don't know what Doge is doing at this point in time, you know. But it's very slow. Yeah, see FORD. The actual motor company for Ford is F. So Ford is F. ARVL is kind of moving too. We got MNKD that was up some. MNKD was putting in some okay moves. I mean, it was volatile. I don't know why it was moving, but it was volatile at the least. So we're watching that. Here's KIN, KIN. See if we can find some catalysts for some of these stocks. This is Elcanto. So MW Elcanto Animal Health is going to be acquired by Kindred, which is KIN here. This is an acquisition. The acquisition is for about $440 million, and Kindred shares are up 45% in pre-market from this acquisition news. So this is an acquisition going on. It's up big from it, which, you know, I don't know if I expect too much volatility to come from this. But, you know, we're watching it. We'll see what we get from it for KIN. It's on the list today at the very least. The other one on the list is CATB, CATB. This one looks okay as well. Let's see if this one has a catalyst right now. This is Catabasis Pharma. They had a 13G filing from Raw Capital that showed a 7.5 stake in the company. So Raw Capital, RA Capital, showed a 7.5 stake in the company. So that's the 13G filing from CATB, and that's the catalyst that's causing this one to move. I don't mind this one because I like stocks that have this range. Like, here's the range that you can see very clearly here that we can pay attention to. And we're just going to look at this range right here. You know, wait for a break of that range and use that to judge sentiment. is all we're really doing. So we're going to wait for a break of this range and then use that to judge sentiment. We'll see what happens with CATB. We also got GTEC here. GTEC gapped up some, not a ton of volume. Most of the gap was in pre-market, but this is Greenland Technologies, and they opened for pre-booking services for new EVs. They announced the launch of an online EV pre-booking service for its new GEL 1800 1.8-ton electric loader and its GEX 8000 electric excavator. So we'll see what happens with GTEC. That's the catalyst. Not that much volume for this one, though, but we're watching this one regardless. We got MNKD. I think I mentioned this one earlier. This one's very volatile and moving some for MNKD. This is Mankind Corporation is the name of the company. They got the US FDA priority review of their Tyvaso DPI. So they achieved that major milestone in the development with the NDA, new drug application acceptance from the FDA. It's expected to be complete in October of this year for that NDA, that new drug application. And they got the nod from the MDA for that for MNKD. So we'll watch it. It's volatile. We'll see what happens with this one as well. SPI is another one that's up some, although this one has very low volume for SPI. This one is up. This is SPI Energy. They begin selling EV charging products in the U.S. They're entering the U.S. market and in turn gapping up some from that catalyst here. We also have, let's see what else we got. I don't know if we have anything that looks good aside from that. We got TRCH that kind of looks good here. Big move yesterday. Very good looking stock yesterday for TRCH. And if you guys saw this, we'll go over this one for Tech Time just because this week we've been focusing on the strategies I've been using. But TRCH is up. It declared a special dividend of Series A preferred stock yesterday, and it's still moving up on that volatility from the catalyst yesterday. Yeah, they'll do that. I don't know, man. It's like Sylvia said, same here, John. I changed the password on the Wi-Fi. Both my kids are majorly grounded from devices. My daughter wanted to walk a mile to the store to use the Wi-Fi. I believe it. Like my kids, like my son especially, like my son's 7. He loves video games. And so anytime he acts up, like we went bowling this weekend. We went bowling this weekend because, to be honest, about 4 years ago, I went bowling. Right? And I hadn't been bowling in like 10 years. And I'm not saying I'm a top 10 bowler in the world right now. But back then, there was a freak occurrence that happened when we went bowling. A few years ago, we went bowling with my wife's cousin and her boyfriend at the time, or her husband at the time, actually. And during that time, a freak occurrence happened. I got like 6 or 7 strikes in a row. I don't know how I did it. I'm not saying I'm the most natural bowler ever right now, but I'm definitely top 5. Okay? And again, I got like 5 strikes in a row. Or it was like 7 strikes in a row. And like nobody knew what happened. Nobody knew what was going on. The cousin and her husband was talking about being in a bowling league and how good he was at bowling. And then I just beat everybody. I had like 7 strikes in a row. It was a freak occurrence. And so ever since that time, a few years ago, I had been itching to go back into the bowling ring. Or no, that's not what it is. It's not a bowling ring, is it? What is it? The bowling alley. I had been itching to go back to see if I really have, prodigy skill in bowling. Oh, dude, my head was huge after that point, bro. 7 strikes in a row. I'm sitting there like, what is going on? How did I do this? I still don't know how to do it. I went back bowling and I suck at bowling. I tried to go bowling this weekend and I suck. Carol beat me both times. I don't even know how it happened. The stars aligned a few years ago when I went bowling. And I had like a 200 bowling score. I don't know how it happened. I'm confused to this day. The stars aligned. It was just my time that day. But yeah, suffice that to say, I suck at bowling. I went back bowling this weekend and I'm terrible. And my son was acting up the entire time. Yeah, my son was acting up the entire time. So my son's grounded from all video games. All types of video games, my son's grounded. And he's honestly a way more pleasant kid without video games. Video games, you know, he's a little bit of a deviant, you know. Without video games, he is like Beaver Cleaver, you know. And so, I don't know what to do. Might just not ever let him have games back. There's 267. Bro, I didn't even have bumpers out. This was for adults playing bowling. You know, a bowling game. This was adults. We didn't have bumpers. You know, he was in a bowling league. I wasn't going to embarrass myself with bumpers to the bowling league champ. You know? But yeah, that's the bowling story. Honestly, and I suck at bowling. We went back to bowling this weekend, and I'm terrible. You know, I mean, I'm not bad. I got like a strike once. You know, I really won one game, but like my son had the little roller that, you know, and he ended up beating everybody because his balls just went straight wherever he wanted them to, and his ego was out of control on Sunday because of that. I wonder where he gets it. Yeah. Alright, but yeah, I mean, we got MNKD. MNKD is probably my favorite one. I don't know. It's either this one or CATB. But CATB looks to be a larger float stock. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong there. I'm still looking at like OCG and it's gapping up some. We got UXIN. That's like, slow day. AMC trying to make a move to break over that previous closing price over 59. And I still think AMC's fine. I think that AMC has the potential to make big range moves every day. Yeah, 64 mil on the float for Cat B. So yeah, I mean, larger float. I'm sure MNKD probably has a smaller float, right? It looks to be a smaller float, just based off of how it's moving. But I could be wrong there, actually. Let me look it up. Yeah, G-Tech, 3 million in the float. Okay, I was just very wrong. MNKD has like a 300 or 230 million float. So I was just off with that one. It's a much larger float than we initially expected. Yeah. Weird. Are IPOs pump and dumps in your mind? No, I mean, IPOs are just price determinations. That's all they are. They're not pump and dumps because they're the first offering. So like IPOs are just the initial determination of price of a stock, right? It's just where people are figuring out how much the stock should be valued, and you know, there's a lot of volatility because of that. There's a lot of volatility with IPOs. People don't understand. One of my first trading experiences was trading an IPO. I was trading on SureTrader at the time as a brand new trader, you know, with like a $4,000 account on SureTrader, and I was learning to day trade, and I kind of bought the guru hype to where I was trading a little bit too large than I really should have been. But I was up over $100 on that specific day. And like I saw some IPO and I didn't really understand range. And so my logic at the time was I'm going to buy 50 shares of this stock because it's just 50 shares and I might lose like $10 from it. But I didn't really analyze the range. And so buying that 50 shares, I was down hundreds very, very quickly. And I basically went from being up over 100 to being down hundreds very, very fast. and completely ruined my day. It's a very memorable experience from when I first started trading, but the overarching point I'm trying to make is that IPOs are very volatile, and if you're going to invest in them, invest small most of the time. You know what I mean? I mean, you can bet on an IPO, just understand the risks that come with it, because IPOs are incredibly volatile and risky. Yeah, that's what the gamma squeeze is all about the options expiring. All right, TRCH, guys. Push it up here. Push it up. Let's see what the float is for TRCH. I know I looked yesterday. Float is 120 million. The short float percentage is like 14 to 15% for this one. So a highly shorted stock in TRCH. Torchlight is the name of this company. And it is pushing up. It's at 550s right now. We'll see what we get. AMC, we're waiting. We're finally green on the day for AMC. Check it out. So AMC is actually green on the day now. It's over the previous closing price. It's at 59.30s. The previous closing price is right around $59. So we'll see if we can maintain over that level for AMC. But we're getting a spike in AMC right now. We're getting volume in AMC. Yeah, I have two, Sylvia. Yeah, Coin, I lost some money on Coin too, M. Johnson, so don't feel too bad, brother. There's AMC, though. AMC's up to 59.50. All right, so AMC back over 59. So let's see if it holds here. This is the big level, so let's just see if it holds. All right, what I'm trying to look for today, guys, is I'm looking for oversold stocks that I could dip buy into. That's what I'm trying to do today. I'm looking for oversold stocks that I can dip buy into. I only want to spend about $500 on these, though. So I'm looking to just buy a few shares with like 500, maybe 500 to like $1,000 is all I want to do. Yeah, hey, AMC up to 59.50s here. So let's see if it holds and maintains. This is good for AMC. I mean, we could. I don't know how likely that is, Bard, but we could, I think that if we break 100, 300 plus is way more likely. So it's just about whether it can break 100. Yeah, that's kind of what it's been doing the last few days, Ricardo. Yeah, so now it's back over that previous closing price for AMC. Let's just see if it actually holds that level now. We're at 59.30s, and I think this is great. I think this might spark some momentum for AMC. I think the fact that AMC is over $59, that's going to spark some type of momentum from this thing. That's what we want to see, at least. And if y'all haven't already, hit the like button. Run those like counts up. Definitely appreciate it if you do. Run those like numbers up. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Definitely appreciate it if you do. All right, so AMC back up to 59.50s right now. Let's see if it actually continues here. This is a good move for AMC. We're gonna see if it. We're gonna see what happens. Yeah, I saw the acquisition for KIN. I saw that. Delivery services are way down. I'm a gig driver for Instacart, DoorDash, and Uber. And Lyft. Been super slow lately. Yeah, for sure. I think people are just going to start coming back to where... I don't know, man. I ordered DoorDash the other day, and it is just crazy expensive, man. It is just crazy expensive. You know? Like I ordered DoorDash the other day, and it's just really, really expensive. You know? Like, I don't know if it was what we were ordering, but it's like, it basically doubled the price of my food. You know, like, we bought $100 worth of food from a place, and it was like $180. So it was like 80%, you know, was the tax for them delivering it. And so after that, my wife and I were like, look, it ain't worth it, you know. Like, I'd rather just drive there and pick it up myself and save the $80, you know. For some people, $80 is what they make in a day. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's expensive. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it'll add up quick, you know. All right, so AMC still testing 59.50s here. We're going to see what happens. Anything else pop up? You know, here's a lesson. If you don't understand kind of how catalyst drops work in the morning in pre-market, like the way they typically work is that around whole dollar times around whole number times are when catalysts are usually dropped. And so we have like 7 a.m., which was 11 minutes ago, and I'm sure we had some stuff that's dropped. We're gonna have the 8 a.m. scrum, which is in 50 minutes, 49 minutes. That's usually when big catalysts are dropped for companies. And so at those times, we can start to look for momentum coming in stocks that we didn't see before. That's usually what we're paying attention to, is just, you know, major drops of catalysts around those times. I don't really see anything, to be honest. My favorite ones right now are TRCH, GTEC maybe, and CATB. Those three are the only stocks I'm really watching here. I'm going to look at MNKD if I can get back over the VWAP as well. And we're going to watch, of course, like some of the other ones as well. But look at GOEV. So GOEV just ripped up here. Looks like it started. Looks like 6 a.m. is what sparked it. Look at the volume coming at 6 a.m. So let's see if this one had a catalyst that was dropped at around that time here for GOEV. No, I don't really see anything. But GOEV popped up around that time. ALF is another one I guess we can watch today. ALF had some really strong movement yesterday, so I think we should watch ALF too. ALF had a lot of movement the other day. Like, even though it's gapping down some, I think it's volatile, to say the least, for ALF. And so I think we should watch ALF just based off of the volatility alone here. I mean, you can see, you know, big strong day yesterday, ended very green, you know, gapped up some in after hours, gapping down in pre-market, obviously, but it's volatile, and the volume's not bad either. So because of that, I think we're going to pay attention to ALF here and see what we get from it. There's AMC. So AMC, you know, a nice little U-shaped breakout pattern. Like, one of my favorite signs of strength, guys, is U-shaped patterns. Now, this is a pretty universal strength sign in stocks. So, like, if you want to know, like, a common, like, sign of strength in stocks, it's a U-shaped pattern, you know. You can see these patterns very often in the market. But there's the U. You can see the U right there. So, U-shaped patterns are signs of strength. And a lot of the times what you'll see is you'll see, like, a U. You'll see a little pullback that we can enter on. And this is all both short-term and long-term. And you'll see this happen a lot. And then you'll see a pop like this. And then you'll see a dip. And then you'll see consolidation maybe. And then you'll see another rip like that. You'll see stuff like this happen a lot in the market, you know. So I hope that makes sense. And the more you trade, the more you look at charts, the more you'll see it. But the U-shaped breakout pattern is one of my favorite ones. So we have the U. We're over the previous closing price, right around $59. We're at $59.40s now. 59.30s and 40s. So the next step is just to see us hold this $59 previous closing price and continue on its climb up. That's what we really want to see. And if you see anything that I missed, let me know. Let me know how my volume is today, too. I lowered my mic a little bit, but the volume still should be pretty good. We're pretty close to it. All right, TRCH, guys. Steady ripping up. It's at 560s. Very strong. Looks very strong. Nice. Good. You trade the ABCD pattern also, John. So, Robert, it depends on what you classify as an ABCD pattern. I mean, the ABCD pattern, I'm sure, is similar to the cup and handle. A, you know, I think the ABC pattern goes like A, B, C, D, like this, right? Like, that's what y'all classify as an ABCD pattern. So it's like it's very similar. This is just a momentum strategy. Like, this is a universal momentum pattern. So some people will call it like a red to green move. Other people call it like an ABCD. Other people call it a red to green. Other people call it a washout long. It's all kind of the same thing. Now there's going to be people like the more important thing, like this pattern is pretty universal. A lot of people are teaching it. A lot of gurus are trying to claim it like it's their specific strategy and they invented it, which they didn't. It's just a universal momentum strategy. They're just trying to get credibility however they can. But with that said, you're going to see that pattern very often in the market. You're going to try to see that pattern very often. Here's an example of it on TRCH. You have the universal way I look at it is I look for a U or a V. I look for a break of a major level, and then I buy this pullback to the major level. And you'll see this pattern happen everywhere. Here's one example, buy this pullback, and then again, there's the bounce. And so what I'm trying to show people is like the U-shaped pattern is a universal sign of strength, right? So you have a U, you have a break, you have a pullback that people buy into, and that's why it works. But you'll see it happen a ton in the market. It just depends on what you classify as an ABCD, I guess. All right, but AMC is looking, or TRCH is breaking highs, looking very strong. And then here's another one here. This is, again, here's the U. Here's the pullback, and then here's the bounce. And you'll see this happen over and over again, guys. And so program yourself to see it, because you'll see this happen over and over again. And most of the trades I'm getting involved with are this exact pattern. U, push, break, pullback, bounce. Happens over and over again in the market. It doesn't always work, of course, but if you could find stocks that have good volume like TRCH and that are reliable like that, then it's a good strategy. And you can use this strategy on multiple different time frames. It's not just a day trading strategy. You can use it for swing trading. You can see it on the daily chart for swing trading as well. Here's an example of it. U, break, pullback, bounce. That's it right there. You'll see it all the time. A lot of different time frames, a lot of different types of trading you can get involved with. It's a universal pattern. You just got to kind of program and condition your brain to see it. And so here's AMC over 59. Up to 59.70s. Here's it on AMC right now. U, break, pullback, bounce. And so you'll see this pattern over and over again. I guess we could do tech time a little bit earlier today. This is what we're going to talk about during tech time. And so just stick around. We'll go through a bunch of different examples. But that's the strategy. John, why don't you buy in the bottom of the U instead of the pullback for confirmation? Because there's no guarantee that the U is going to continue. A lot of stocks will form what's called a U. Most of the time I'm waiting for the break. I think the reason I'm buying, okay, so here's the reality, right? Like down here, if I bought it at the bottom of this U right here for like say AMC, and I'm not really day trading AMC, I'm more so using this as an example, but I'm not really day trading AMC obviously, but I bought it down here. A lot of the time there's just not going to be enough buyers down here in order to justify buying it. A lot of the time we're just going to be downtrending, so it's hard to predict when the U is going to happen. Like a lot of the time we're just going to go like this. You know what I mean? And we're not going to get this rebound right here. And so instead of that, I would rather wait for the confirmation and just wait for, the actual, U pattern. And then buy that pullback instead, because a lot of traders are buying this pullback. Like this pullback is getting bought up here. Like traders see this. Okay, basically what happens on this chart. Like just to break down what happens on these type of charts is that traders see this U-shaped breakout pattern, and this is a pretty universal pattern. A lot of other traders are looking for a U-shaped pattern because again, it's a universal sign of strength. Some people call it ABCD. If it happens after the opening bell, people call it a red to green move or a washout long or whatever you want to call it, right? It's a universal sign of strength and it's a universal momentum pattern. But once we get this break here, once we have the U and we break above this, a lot of other traders are then looking for an entry. And so that's why these pullbacks get bought up like they do, especially if we can break a big level like this previous closing price. And so on these pullbacks, they just get bought up really, really quick, and that causes the bounce back up. And so I think it's just a profitable. I'm not day trading AMC again. I'm just using this as an example if you just entered this. But you can see these U-shaped breakout patterns everywhere. They're either a U or a V, whatever you want to call it. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be a U. It can be a V if you want to call it a V2. You could call it an ABCD. You can call it a U-shaped breakout pattern. You can call it a cup and handle. You can call it a red to green move. All the same thing. Traders are buying into these pullbacks from it. All right, let me see if this works, guys. Hold on one second. All right. So I actually posted that little lesson on Twitter, if you guys want to see that again. But yeah, AMC is looking good, and I think this is great for AMC. It's breaking over the previous closing price. It's above these levels now, and we'll see what happens. Now, y'all call it whatever y'all want, you know. Dip, drip, and rip. Love it. Call it the DDR, you know. No, it's just one person, junk mail. It's literally one dude, you know. Y'all hit the like button. We can break 100 likes real quick. But what happens is, like, it's one guy, and if you watch the stream, you'll see them methodically get taken away as well. You know, just one dude that doesn't have a life, that, you know, he probably wonders why nothing's going for him in life, why he's struggling in life, why he can't catch a break. It's probably because he's spending all his time disliking random YouTubers. Bad karma, bro. Bad karma. SPI is looking good, though. It's over 8. Why did my media fail to upload, bro? This is a literal 1 in 13 seconds. Why? Bro, Twitter, you suck, man. It's like I film a video. It's less than 2 minutes. Nothing can upload. Why not? Why, dude? Ugh. Stupid. Like, why is this video failing here? All right, so there's SPI. SPI looks good too. It got some rips. You know, at the 7 a.m. scrum, it got some rips. All right, so Spies Phoenix Motor Cars introduces the EV charging solutions for the U.S. So yeah, they're entering the U.S. market for EV charging for SPI here. Let's see what happens. What the heck, Twitter? Some of your media failed to upload. All right, so there's SPI back up here. It's at 820s right now for SPI. 820s after that catalyst. Looks good. Again, AMC up there at 59.60s. We're going to see if that actually holds. We have TRCH. TRCH is finally pulling back some. All right, so AMC over 550s, or TRCH over 550s. Let's see if it holds here. And if y'all want to see more technical analysis stuff, hit the like button. Let's run those like counts up. If we can break 200 likes, we'll do tech time for today. Hey, all right, cool. So it actually let me tweet it. Nice. I had to go like a different route, but it finally let me tweet this. Yay. All right, cool. Here's ALF. ALF is down to 620s. We're still paying attention to that, though. SPI, guys, moving up. RAPT trying a little bit. Still looking at Ford. BBIG is moving a little bit as well. We got like OCGN that we're paying attention to. GTech. AMC. Just kind of consolidating. The big level we want to see with AMC here, guys, is $59. Like, we want to just see it hold over 59 bucks. You know, that's what we want to see. We want to see it hold over 59. MSTR. MicroStrategy? Nah. It's too expensive for me. But here's SPI, guys. SPI is ripping up big. What's the float for SPI here? Float is 16 million for SPI, so small float. All right, so SPI back up here. It's back over 840s. AMC pulling back down to 59. I think this is a big level that we got to hold over if AMC wants to sustain here. It needs to hold over 59 bucks. I'm at Beginner Trades, Anissa. Sorry if I mispronounced it. It's at Beginner Trades on Twitter. So it's just Twitter handle at Beginner Trades. Terry? Okay, cool. Well, yeah, Terry. It's just at Beginner Trades. Yeah, ARVL looks good. Very volatile stock. I don't know what's going on with this today, but I think it's becoming a short squeeze target. I think a lot of people are talking about a short squeeze for this one. Let's see what the short float percentage is. I mean, it's got 140 million in the float. It's not really a small float stock. Still watching KIN. TRCH. It's okay. SPI still breaking highs up to 840s, guys, for SPI. So SPI's moving here for sure. Hey, John, when are you going to have Mitchell on again? I don't know. I can ask him. I'll message him right now. See when he wants to come back on. Yeah, what's up, Bob? Yeah, you were Forrest Gump yesterday. What time do you have the chart at when you're doing the U charting? So it's not just one time frame. I'm looking at a 1 minute for myself because I'm a short-term trader. So like I'm looking at the 1 minute chart myself, but you can use it. It's a universal momentum pattern. So it's not just one specific time frame. Like I was looking at AMC on a 1 minute chart, but like it might actually be even more clear if we look at a 5 minute chart too. Yeah, here's the 5 minute. You can see the U even clear. And so it's not just restricted to one time frame. You can use it on short-term and long-term trades. It's a universal momentum pattern. So even if we look at the daily chart on AMC, you can see it there. I think it was TRCH. I was looking at one of them, but like my point is that it's a very common momentum pattern. And it's universally there. So it's just a sign of strength on a lot of different time frames. So long-term, short-term, day trading, swing trading, investing, like all that stuff. It works fairly well on all of it. I think we were talking about TRCH was one that we talked about. And yeah, same thing. If we look at like this here, if we look at like a 4-hour chart, same exact thing. Look, here's a longer term example of it. Here's the U. Here's the break. Here's the pullback. Here's the bounce. Same exact thing. And here's AMC. AMC looks strong here too. This is a strong looking daily chart. The more we consolidate over 55, the better. And you can see 55 is the low of the last like 6 or 7 days. You know. Hey bro, not sure if you saw yesterday. I found another lookalike. Canelo Alvarez. Man, I don't look like Canelo. Him? You think I look like him? I don't know. I don't really see that. I guess I can kind of see it. Where it's a little bit different though. Yes, I mean, yeah, that's the goal, DS, is that you want to condition yourself to see that pattern. And you can see it everywhere you look. Like, here's AMC on a 4-hour chart. Look at the V or the U or whatever you want to call it. Here's the pullback. Here's the bounce. You know, like, you'll see this thing everywhere. It happens a lot. It happens a lot in the market, and you'll be able to see it and catch it. You just want to program yourself to be able to see it, and then you can look to load up. Like, I program myself to see it, and then I look to load up on these pullbacks here. Like, that's my favorite way to trade it. And this is how I trade this thing every day. You know, we try to trade this thing basically every day on a very short-term basis, you know. But you can see it everywhere you look. Like, here's AMC, same thing, you know. On a shorter-term basis. That's what we're looking for. SPI still up there, looking strong, up to 840. So SPI, one of the top watches today for sure. Let's go ahead and build a watch list, I guess. All right, so of course we're looking at AMC, we're looking at SPI, looking at GTech, CAT-B, TRCH, ARVL, Ford, MNKD. That's about it. I mean, I don't really see much else. This is about it. I'm looking at ALF as well. You know, but this is about it. You know, we can look at like Wish, Clove. All right, my bad. G Harris, what's up, brother? Hypothetical question: if you have to spend 25K on a single day trade today, what would it be? Hypothetical, not financial advice, of course. Hey, thank you, G Harris, for the donation. I mean, I might not be giving you the answer you want to hear, though, brother. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. It depends. I don't know yet. It's too early to tell, like, what stock I would day trade today. So it's too early to tell. Like, I don't know what stock I would day trade yet. We have to wait to see how it acts leading up into the opening bell. And so it's too early, because even though I might think a stock looks good right now, something might happen closer to the opening bell that turns me off of it. You know what I mean? And so it really depends on a lot of different things here. Like, it needs to set up perfectly. And so usually what I'm looking for, let's look at TRCH from yesterday. Hit the like button, guys. Run the like numbers up. Let's try to break 200 likes today if we can. All right, so back to what G Harris said, sorry. But yeah, it really depends. So if we're looking for like a perfect move, we want to see some stuff like this, okay? So we want to see, preferably, let's remove this previous closing price. So leading up into the opening bell, we're looking for a gap up like this, like strong gap up, high volume gap up. The float isn't the end all be all. Like this one has a larger float, but we trade all types of float sizes. But like what I'm specifically looking for is that same U-shaped pattern that we talked about before. And so leading into the opening bell, what I'm really looking for is a strong gap up with high volume. Like I want to see a high volume gap up like TRCH did yesterday. And one of the trades that I got into yesterday was after this pullback. And so if you guys see, this is the pullback type of strategy. This is the momentum strategy, that universal momentum strategy that we just talked about. Okay, and so what do you guys see? You see the U or the V right here. This is the same thing. It's the same exact strategy we just talked about. We look for the break. And what do? We buy the pullback. And if the VWAP can be right around this pullback level just like this, even better. And this is my favorite like A+ setup. And this is what I got into yesterday. So if we can see the U, we see the break, and we see the pullback, traders are loading in here. Well, not only did we just break the previous high of the day and a lot of other stuff here, but we broke over the VWAP, which is a milestone level. And so when we have this U, we have this opening weakness, which is really what I'm targeting. And then we get the break over that and the pullback. I'm riding this bounce up. You know, I'm loving this bounce. Great volume on the stock, over 1 million shares a lot of the time per minute traded in volume here. So great high volume, nice looking gap up, opening weakness, which is what we're looking for, a break over the VWAP, and then we're buying this pullback and riding the bounce up. That is my A+ setup. If all of those conditions match, the only problem with this one is that the float's a little bit larger here. But aside from that, it's an A+ setup, and you know, it's my favorite strategy to get involved with in the market. And if you could be patient and just, again, look for opening weakness that causes a U-shaped pattern underneath the VWAP, of course, and then we wait for the push over the VWAP. A lot of traders just like me are piling in long here on these pullbacks. They're not jumping in at these highs because you're going to get rejected at the highs like this, but they're jumping in on the pullbacks because it's consolidation over the VWAP, and they're anticipating that the VWAP is going to prop this thing up and help it bounce, which is what it did. So yeah, that's what I trade. And so I hope that makes sense. But yeah, so it's not really a stock. Like, it's not really like, hey, I'm going to buy this specific stock on this specific day. I don't know what stocks are going to run. All I can really do is look for momentum patterns. Hey, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate the love, brother. From Malaysia. Nice, man. Hey, happy to have you here, brother. Good to see you, man. Yeah, volume's definitely low, Angry Bob, for sure, bro. Hey, thank you, ma'am. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for becoming a member, man. I see you. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the support, for sure, bro. What's up, CT? How you doing, brother? But I hope that makes sense. Who asked me? G. I think his name is G. Yeah, G Harris. So I hope that makes sense, bro. And if you missed any of these lessons, I'm posting these all to my Twitter. Like, I'm posting some of these video lessons to my Twitter. It's at Beginner Trade. So if you guys want to see it, you know, check it out. And so AMC still trying to hold over these spots. Here's AMC. Hey, what's up, CT? What are the top gappers other than AMC? This is my watch list down here on the bottom left, so you can see all the stocks I'm mostly watching right now. This bottom left scanner is what I'm mostly watching. You know. I'm mostly looking at 1 minute because I'm mostly a short-term scalping day trader, but it's going to be subjective depending on, you know, what the trader is looking for. Like if you're a short-term trader, you can see it in short-term time frames. If you're a long-term trader, you can see it in long-term time frames. Same concept. Hey, thank you, Christian. Hey, thank you, brother. Yeah, SPY is making big moves here. So yeah, the SPY, SPI, I should say, not the SPY, SPI. I'll clarify. Why are we lagging so much here? All right, guys. So yeah. Wait a minute. Did I just literally record a video? Wait. No, it should have worked. What the heck, man? My audio just died on me. Weird. This is not the first time. This happened last time, too. Weird. Let's disconnect these. We'll put these up, and then we'll put on mine. Mine should be fairly charged. We'll try to put out another video today, guys. I got multiple AirPods over here. But yeah, we'll try to put out another video today if we can. There we go. All right. And yeah, guys, we'll see if AMC can hold over to this previous closing price, too. This is a level that we're watching especially closely. You can see how it broke over that level and pulled back to it. All right, so let's see if AMC can hold over 59. That's what we really want to see. All right, so yeah, that video worked out good. All right. Yeah. All right, SPI, guys, is probably the biggest gapper aside from AMC. Like, if we're looking at stuff aside from AMC, it's probably SPI. ARVL still looking good, too. So, look, here's ARVL here. SPI, though, guys, is just ripping up here. This one, small float, big moves, up to 880s right now for this one. Who's buying Clove? I'm not. CANF. Can Fight Pharma, I believe is what this one's called. It's trying here, but right now we're looking at AMC just to hold here. So, like, here's AMC at 59.20s. We're going to see if it holds there. That's all we really want to see it. Yeah, what's up, Tommy? Hey, the background music's on. Oh, y'all can't hear the background music? Weird. Hold on. My bad. There we go. I don't know. I hadn't said it. My bad, guys. But yeah. Yeah, so here's AMC under 59s here. So let's see what happens. AMC 59 is a big level. It's the previous closing price. It's the level at which this thing goes from red to green and green to red on the day. And so with all of that said, we want to see it hold over those points if we can here. And here's SPI moving up, heading up here. We're watching SPI. Still breaking highs. This is probably our favorite one if we're talking about day trading. But a lot of the time, our favorite stock in the morning is not our favorite stock after the opening bell, because sometimes the stocks that gap up the most in pre-market end up failing the hardest after the opening bell. So, like, we're going to watch this and look for our patterns. Like, the biggest thing we need to do here is just look for our patterns. Here's AMC. It's under 59 bucks. So options expire a lot of the time on Fridays, but it's a day that they've looked into it and they think a lot of options are expiring with AMC Friday, and so a lot of put options, so it'll cause what's called a gamma squeeze from those options expiring is what they're speculating here. We got OCGN we're watching too. Very slow day, guys. Very slow day. I mean, here's all the gainers from pre-market right now, and very small. And we're looking at ARVL. I mean, I think ARVL looks interesting. I don't know what's going on here with ARVL, but it looks good enough to watch, I think. Alright, so yeah, we're looking at ARVL too. Alright, so here's ARVL dipping down here. Here's GTech. AMC under the previous close. So here's the previous closing price under at 59.04 is where the previous closing price is. So AMC underneath that level now. We'll see what happens here. BCTX trying to consolidate. CEI, I mean, it's moving some. It's a little bit cheap and it's not the best volume, but it's moving a little bit. So we'll see if it picks up some volume here. TRCH, still one of my favorites. SPI, those two, SPI and TRCH are my two favorite stocks under $10 right now. Just based off of volatility and volume alone. Now, again, I'm not saying that that's going to continue into the opening bell. Of course, I don't know if it's going to or not. But it's something that we're certainly watching and paying attention to. CATP dipping down some. GTech, not that much volume. We're still watching KIN. It's an acquisition, but a lot of the times acquisitions are not super volatile. So, like, we're watching it anyway, but, you know, we'll see what happens. Hey, thank you, Terry. Hey, I appreciate it for sure. Hey, what's up, John? Hey, John, did you still want to do the Trader Rehab episode? Can you do it this evening, or when did you want to film that, bro? Let me know. You know, if you want to be in the Trader Rehab. And if not, if John can't make it, we can have somebody else come on. So if you want to be a part of the Trader Rehab podcast that we've been doing every day right here on YouTube, you know, let me know. I know Two-Way got into a car wreck yesterday. So, like, let me check to make sure he's okay. Let me see if he's on. Oh yeah, Zach, didn't you email me? No, he got into a literal car wreck. Alright, so here's the 8 a.m. scrum. You know, here's the 8 a.m. scrum, and as you see, we get some catalysts that are being dropped after the 8 a.m. scrum. Yeah, and Two-Way's okay. He was texting me after it happened, so like he's good to that effect. But I'm just trying to see if he's home yet. Here's TRCH bouncing at 550s here. CEI over 75, like we talked about. And hey, y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We'll do some more tech time today if you guys want to see it. Let's break 200 likes and then we'll do some tech time today. Yeah, Fed meeting at 2 p.m. I believe so. Let's go ahead and read the market news. I'm pretty sure we're going to have that Fed meeting then. I'm pretty sure that's what time it is. Let me see. Yeah, here's the SPY. And the market is down. Let's see if we can find a time for that Fed meeting. It's at 2 p.m., right, guys? Yeah, I just got a message back from 2. He said he's okay. He's home, you know. All right, so AMC dipping, guys. Here's AMC. Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern is when the Fed meeting is. And like I said, if you want to do tech time, just... And so AMC dipping down hard. It's at $58 now, 58 bucks. Definitely a slower day in the market relative to the past few days, but that's all right. You know, it happens. We got APRE showing up, guys, with some volume running in here. APRE, we're definitely going to add this one to our watch list. This is Aprea Therapeutics. We're going to add this to our watch list real quick. But yeah, this is Aprea Therapeutics. They announced the phase 1 and 2 trial of Epretipopt and venetoclax and azacitidine, and the TP53 mutant AML met complete remission primary efficacy endpoint. So basically, their trial of their biodrugs met their primary efficacy endpoint. So that's the news for APRE. So positive trial result here is really what that is. And the volume looks good for this one. Let's see what the float actually is for APRE. Smaller float, 30% short float that I'm showing here, 15 million float. So it's a small float, large short float, and highly short, large short float, small float, high volume. It's looking good. I don't mind this one. Let's see if we bounce at 6 here. So we're pulling back. Here's the whole dollar of 6 and the VWAP sitting right around these same spots. Let's see if we bounce right here at like $5.95, $6. I could see that happening. Let's see if we do. Yeah, nailed it, CT. Nailed it, man. Yeah, killed it. Nailed it. What does the wick indicate on candles when it's super long? That's easy. It indicates strength or weakness depending on which side the wick is on. Let me see if we can look at some wicks to really break that down here. So it indicates strength or weakness depending on what side it's on. All right, so like for instance, here's AMC. Okay, guys, so here's AMC. When you're looking for wicks, those are going to indicate strength or weakness. All right, so if we see this big, long up wick right here, what does this tell us? It tells us that there's selling weakness, that there's weakness here. You know, so because think about it like this, when a stock moves all the way up and then gets pushed down so fast that it causes this type of wick, that means that there's weakness coming in. There's big momentum and weakness coming in. And same thing on the downside. Like if there's a big down wick, you know, like here, it usually means there's momentum on the upside. So big up wick, momentum on the downside. Big down wick, momentum on the upside. Okay, so that's what these wicks are telling you. You know, think about it. If the candle gets pushed down really, really quick, it's going to cause this wick. That means there's selling pressure. There's downward momentum. If the wick on the downside, if the wick is on the downside, then that's going to be buying momentum. That's going to be an upward momentum. And that's what wicks are telling you. So you see we get this big up wick right here, and then what happens? We get rejected. And you can use this pretty universally with stocks as well. Like if we find, usually they're indicative of rejections. Like here's pre-market. Look at this huge wick from yesterday on AMC. And then what happened in the rest of pre-market? You know, look at the drop happening. And so wicks are telling you where the momentum is. They're telling you who's in control and where the momentum is. Short float means the amount of traders that are short or holding short positions in the stock. And the reason that's significant and relevant is because the more short traders that are involved, the more upward momentum we're ultimately going to have, because the more traders that are going to get squeezed out if it does start breaking highs. And so I'm looking for highly shorted stocks. Like people get mad. Like one of the most ridiculous things is like a lot of the time people will give people unrealistic profit targets for AMC or stocks like it. And then when they don't do what they say they're going to do, you know, then they're like, oh, those pesky short traders. It's like, look, shorts are really good. You know, shorts are helpful for longs. Like when I'm trading my momentum strategies, one of the biggest things I'm looking for is highly shorted stocks, because that means it's going to have a ton of momentum on the upside. That's what I'm targeting, is just highly shorted stocks. And so, you know, I like seeing a lot of shorts involved with stocks I'm about to go long in. And the reason for that is because when those shorts get squeezed out, they can have big parabolic moves that result from that. And so with that said, I'm looking for highly shorted stocks. That's like my favorite thing. That's subjective, J Tran. What's considered a high float? You mean a high short float? I would consider a high short float anything really over 10%. Anything over 10%, you know, there's a lot of shorts involved most of the time. Hey, thank you. Test. Yeah, it's relative. Exactly, Jim. It's subjective. You know, people are going to consider high different things. I think anything over 10% piques my interest. All right, so AMC down under that previous closing price, and I'm not putting too much significance on this. Like, is it great? No. But is it bad? Not really. It's consolidation, and consolidation is necessary. I mean, look at this big upward move in AMC. So we have this big upward move all the way up to the $60 level plus $65. And so what's going to happen now? We need to consolidate. You know what I mean? As long as we don't just like that, we're fine. You know, it needs consolidation. And so what we prefer to see here is just sideways move, consolidation, and then we just want to see another move up like that. And so that's fine. You know, we're not going to just go straight up. Nothing does. People lose confidence so quickly on stocks like this because a lot of the time people are new to the market. But consolidation is necessary here. And I don't mind seeing a few days of consolidation and then another big spike up. That's kind of what I'm looking for with AMC. So my point remains, I'm still trading this one. I'm still holding this one, and we're going to let it work. We're going to let it consolidate, see if we can get those moves. Yeah, for sure, Jim. You explain better than Investopedia. I try, Sylvia. You know. $54.48 is your line in the sand. With AMC, I don't know. It changes. I mean, you're talking about this level here, right? I mean, I would say my level is more so right around 55, but similar, for sure, Bob. Similar. And I mean, the reason for that is here. You could also look at the pre-market high from the day before. Those two levels are levels that I do not want to see AMC break under. And I think the end-all be-all is $50. I think that is a big psychological level that I do not want to see AMC drop under. Hey, what's up, Jude? How you doing, brother? All right, I see Rave pop up. No volume, MDIA, VTGN, POAI, GOED, SLGG. GOED popping. Is popping right now. Look at GOED. This thing's moving up. And I don't mean popping in like a slang terminology. I just mean moving up. Not like what's popping. I mean like it's popping up, you know. Nah. I'm too old. Anyways, GOED at 318s. We're going to see what happens here. APRE. Huge move. High volume. Where did I say I wanted to see it bounce back? I said I wanted to see it hold. Okay. I'm not claiming to be the best trader ever. But I'm definitely top 3. And APRE did exactly what I said it would. I said I want to see it hold at $6 and bounce. You know, I think it'll bounce off of that. And then look at what we got. We got a bounce exactly off of $5.95, really, is where I drew the line. Beautiful bounce. Again, everything, when I looked at this, all the stars aligned. We have a small float, a highly shorted stock with like 30% short float. We have high volume, a good pullback to the VWAP. Those are all things that help us predict these type of moves. Yeah, it goes Warren Buffett, John from Beginner Trading. Definitely. I made $70 billion, Rob, is how much I made from it, sir. We're also looking at ARVL. Now, ARVL, highly shorted. Reddit talked about stock. Like, a lot of people are talking about ARVL. Because I'm not really trading in pre-market, John. You know, like, I don't really, like, even though it looks good to me, it's just not my niche. And I'm pretty, you know, I think a lot of trading is just conditioning yourself. And one of the things I've conditioned myself not to do is trade in pre-market. But regardless of that, I mean, if you guys watch the stream, you know I talked about APRE and I said, hey, let's watch it bounce at 6. Let's see it bounce at 6, and then we bounced at 6. So I'm not claiming to be the best trader in the world, but like I said, definitely top 2. APRE is up to $7 here. We're going to see what happens with that. We're going to see if it actually holds. And, yeah. I'm showing 30%, Leo. But I think it's different from... It depends on what platform you look at, bro. Yeah, I'm showing 28% short float. Is where I'm showing. Leo. And I think that would be plausible considering the momentum surge we just got in it. You know. FinViz might be late. Or just behind as well. But I think considering the big surge we just got, there's some shorts that are getting squeezed out, certainly. Yeah, the company announced phase 1 and 2 trial results that were positive for APRE. So it had, to be fair, it had a good catalyst as well. I'm showing that it's highly shorted here, and so with that, you know, we're going to see what we get. AMC still dipping, though. AMC down to 58. Here's BCTX looking good. APRE is probably the best looking stock right now, to be honest. Probably the best looking stock. Hertz, HTZ. It depends, Jude. I look for over 10% is usually what, you know, sparks my interest. TRCH, APRE, and SPI are the three stocks that are looking good in pre-market. AMC dipping down some, but again, if we look at the longer-term chart for AMC, it still looks fine. You know, like consolidation is healthy here, and you know, we just don't want to see it dip too much, but we're still holding it. Yeah, I use level 2 test for sure. Hey John, Sins was added to the meme list. I don't know. I think you got to be careful with a lot of these. Sins is another highly shorted stock too. I mean, I'm showing over 20% short float for this one, so I think a lot of the time the meme stocks are just targeting high float or high short floats. And so I think that includes a lot of these right now. I know that's kind of what happened with like CLOV and WISH. But, you know, whether these are going to have long-term viability, I don't know. I think that you just got to be careful. I think a lot of traders, I think this is what's happening here. I think that what's going on with some of these stocks is that people are, I think new traders that are entering the market for the first time. I think that a lot of them are, they're getting caught up in sensationalism from these penny stocks. Like a lot of people are getting brought into these penny stock markets after the AMC stuff going on, and a lot of people are getting brought to the market from AMC and all that craziness that came with it. And now that AMC is kind of quieting back down, some of them have made money and they're putting their money towards some of these penny stocks, but they're not really understanding the fact that most of these penny stocks are going to fail. Like most of these penny stocks are just terrible companies. Like they're not going to succeed long term. And so I think there's a lot of sensationalist stuff going on with these stocks. Like if you look on YouTube, there's a lot of stock pick videos like the top 4 stocks to buy right now, you know, and they're talking about a lot of these just terrible penny stock companies that are not going to succeed long term. And so people are watching these videos and they're taking it as truth when really they're just trying to pump up stocks. And so they're buying some of these terrible companies. Like, I don't know about SENS. The daily chart doesn't look that bad to be fair here, but I think people are getting caught up in hype. Now, whether SENS continues, I don't know. It's got a high short float, you know, over 20% short float, but I think I'm naturally skeptical of most of these penny stocks just because most of these are not going to succeed. Most of these are going to fail, and I think you got to be really careful with them just because there's a lot of hype. Like I said, if you go on YouTube and you watch some of these YouTube videos, you get a bunch of YouTubers that are literally telling people like just unrealistic things about these penny stocks. They're acting like some of these stocks are going to cure cancer, you know. And so when you get some very, very inexperienced investors that watch these YouTube investing videos about penny stocks, they are going to buy these when they shouldn't, you know. BCTX popping up. Yeah, they're bringing that diamond hands mentality into the penny stock world. The problem, though, is that penny stocks are terrible companies. Like, guys, penny stocks are garbage companies. There's a reason why they're penny stocks. You know, there's a reason why they're penny stocks. It's most of the time because they're terrible companies, and so you can't diamond hands these penny stocks. You can, but a lot of these are going to eventually just a lot of these are eventually going to trend all the way down to underneath $1 and then get delisted into the actual pink sheet OTC market, and you'll never see them again. That's going to happen to a lot of these penny stocks. I'm not going to say which ones. I don't know. Maybe you're going to have some outliers that are successful companies. But a lot of these penny stocks are going to gap up, fail, get delisted eventually. And so diamond handing these penny stocks is a bad move most of the time. So I guess the overarching point I'm trying to make is don't be dumb. Don't buy the hype. Don't listen to YouTubers that are giving out stock pick videos specifically on penny stocks. You know, you should not be investing in penny stocks. Sure, 1 out of 10 might work, right? But you're still going to be running at very low accuracy. It's going to be very difficult. Most of the time, if you're trading penny stocks, it's better to trade them, not invest in them, because they're just garbage, hyped up companies where, you know, there's a lot of manipulation, there's a lot of sketchy stuff going on inside, and you got to just be careful. With that said, though, BCTX is pushing up. Here's BCTX here, and it looks good. Here's BCTX. This is BriaCell Therapeutics. They announced that they are expanding their breast cancer platform into prostate, melanoma, and lung cancers. That's the catalyst that just dropped. Again, they're expanding their breast cancer platform technology into prostate, melanoma, and lung cancers. It's gapping up here from 603 to 660s. We'll see what happens with this one. I see RMED show up, but pretty low volume ship. G-Tech trying. APRE is still the most volatile penny stock right now. It's at 690s. AMC down to 58. MindMed is a good penny stock. Yeah, I mean, MNMD is interesting. I'll give you that. I mean, it's a psilocybin stock. And so I support what they're doing over there. I think they need to study psilocybin. They need to study, what's the other chemical they're studying? I think it was ketamine. They're studying all these different psychedelics to see the use and the pharma use for them. And I think it's a good move. They need to be studied. I said it before. I think there's a handful, talking about MindMed, I think there's a handful of substances in the world right now that cause stimulant-like effects that have zero withdrawal, zero dependence causing for them. Cannabis is obviously one of them, where there's no physical withdrawal symptoms. There's no actual physical dependence on cannabis. Like, you're not going to get sick if you use cannabis for a long time and then stop taking it. Psilocybin is another one of those things that does not cause physical dependence. Like, you're not going to get sick if you take it every day and then stop taking it. And so with that said, I think those type of drugs need to be highly studied, because I think right now there's a lot of predatory drugs out there in the world that are causing huge physical dependence, and that's what the pharmacy companies want. That's what the big pharma companies want, is they want to lock people into using their drugs. Opioids right now is a prime example of that. And I think they need to study drugs that have similar effects that don't cause physical dependence, and I think MindMed is one of the companies that's breaking into that field, and I'm curious to see what happens to it, Yeah. Yeah, MindMed, and we're talking about stocks, and I think that this is a new sector that's breaking out into the market right now. If you're mad at me for saying what I just said, it's just my own subjective opinion. But I think we got a few stocks that are breaking into those worlds right now, and I think MindMed, MNMD is one of them. So I don't hate MindMed long term, but again, I don't know enough about it to really say whether I want to invest in it. And of course, I have not invested in this one yet, but I think it's certainly interesting. I think it's certainly interesting enough to watch as they delve into new markets like that, and they have these different breakthroughs, and pharma and biotechnology. I think it's an important thing to look into. Here's SPI breaking underneath the VWAP. So SPI did dip underneath the VWAP here. We're going to see what happens with that. Still looking at APRE. APRE is still very strong. So far APRE is probably the strongest looking stock aside in pre-market right now, so we're watching this too. Yes, and the psychedelic studies are interesting for sure. I don't know if they're going to have long-term viability, and I don't know if the studies are going to lead to anything tangible, but I think they're certainly interesting, and I don't know why people are so against them. Like, let people study. Again, I think there's only a handful of drugs in the world right now that have similar effects to what they have now, and but that don't cause physical dependency. And I think we need to look deep into those drugs, because those are, I think a lot of people are getting locked to, opioid dependence and all these different things. And I just think it's better, obviously, to look into other alternatives. But yeah, we're going to see what APRE does. We're watching $7. We're watching 730 up there where the pre-market high is. And we're going to look at this level down here too at 650. 650's got a bunch of confirmations here. So we're looking at some of these levels for APRE. But overall, like if we look at the overall trend, just to remove all these real quick, the trend looks strong. We're maintaining over the VWAP, looking good. Because TF, so most traders are going to refer to any stock under $10 a penny stock. Now, we're not just talking about OTC pink sheet stocks. We're not talking about OTC stocks. When we say penny stock, we're mostly talking about single digit stocks. So, you know, what I'm saying is most stocks under $10 and $5 are not good companies. You know, they're just not. Nah, we can't get into legal trouble investing in cannabis stocks. We're just investing in the NASDAQ, you know. I think any state that would target you for investing in the market is going to make them look bad. You know, it's going to make the state look bad, and I think they understand that, you know. We're just investing in stocks right now. Thoughts on MDRR? Thank you, Jason, my man. Appreciate that. Thank you, brother. I mean, I could look into MDRR. I don't know much about this company specifically. You know, to be completely honest, bro, and I know this might not be what you want to hear, but the daily chart looks terrible, looks very weak, looks like not a great company, to be honest. Look at the daily chart. I mean, every time it spikes, it fails. So I'm sure shorts love this. Mostly maintaining a downward trend. It's down over the last year, over the last 52 weeks. I don't know what's going on with the company or what kind of company it is. But overall, volume's very low, so I'm not going to day trade it. And the daily chart does not look favorable, you know. All right, so this is actually a real estate investment trust. It's a REIT. But yeah, I just don't know enough about it. They dropped a catalyst on the 9th about a week ago. But if I'm looking at some levels, I mean, the first level was 150. We're sitting right over that now. And then the next level is 1. Obviously, if we break underneath 103, that's the low of the last year. Just be careful, you know. Aside from that, I don't know enough about this company to really say, per se. I appreciate the donation, of course, Jason, but just be careful with some of these companies because, again, I mean, these are kind of examples of what I said earlier, which is that a lot of these stocks under, you know, $5, $10 are just not great companies. Now, this is a little bit different. It's an REIT. So if I were you, I'd just research what an REIT is. It's a real estate investment trust because they move a little bit different than, you know, regular stocks. And so just look into that, see what you think the see what you think the sentiment is going to be for these stocks in the next few months, and then use that to influence your decision on whether you want to trade it or not for MDRR. But I appreciate the donation, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, APRE consolidating nicely, had the spike up to 720s, looks good. AMC back over 58, so we're back over 58 for AMC. Still looking pretty solid, looking good. Opinion on Torchlight and BlackBerry? Hey, thank you, brother. Hey, I appreciate that, MC. All right, so with Torchlight, it's one of my favorites this morning. Higher float stock than I usually trade, but I like the way this one moves because a lot of the time with stocks, guys, you're just trying to find reliability. And so you're trying to find stocks that respect levels. And TRCH has historically respected most levels that we're watching here. We used this as an example earlier in the day on Momentum Strategies. I think TRCH is gapping up really nicely, and I don't know what we're going to do with it. I don't know if we're going to trade it today or not. It just depends on how well it sets up. But some levels we're specifically watching for it is 575. 550 has a lot of confirmations here, and if we extend that to the left, you can see even more confirmations at 550 from these lows back here yesterday. So, we're looking at these highs up here at 575, that 25 cent range. is what we're paying the most attention to right now for TRCH, and we'll see what happens. I like the volume. I think it's strong. I think the gap up looks good. We're holding over the VWAP, which is another milestone level that we're paying attention to, and yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens with TRCH, but I don't hate it. Looking at the daily chart, I think it's a very strong daily chart, so I think the daily chart on TRCH looks good. We're sitting right around 550 right now, so we are sitting way up here at this point in time, so way up here now, and so underneath us we have like 485, really $5 from this isolated level here. But I like the daily chart. I think it's a beautiful U-shape pattern on the daily chart, and I think it looks strong. But again, I don't know whether it's going to go up or not. Not an investment professional, not liable if you lose. Maybe it crashes down, I have no idea, but that's kind of what I see here for TRCH. The other one you asked about was BlackBerry. I think BlackBerry is mostly just going to follow the other meme stocks like AMC, GameStop, all that good stuff. So you can see like AMC is gapping down, and so BlackBerry is in turn gapping down some. AMC yesterday ripped up and then eventually faded back down. BlackBerry ripped up and eventually faded back down. And so if I was going to trade BlackBerry, it would be because I wanted a cheaper option, instead of AMC. Like if I don't have enough money to buy a bunch of shares of AMC or whatever, then maybe you could buy BlackBerry. But again, I don't know what it's going to do. It's mostly just following the sympathy from these other meme stocks. And so that's kind of what BlackBerry's doing. If we're looking at some specific levels, though, of course, we got $20 way up there that we could watch. We're sitting right around $14 now. And I think that's a big level. The first level on the chart that I see is the previous closing price at $13.99, basically $14. And then we also have this low down here at 13.60s. So those are two levels I'm watching for. But again, it's mostly just based off of the sympathy for AMC. Like AMC is strong. BlackBerry's most of the time going to be strong. Not always. Nothing is 100%, but that's the basics of what I'm looking into. Is it weird that they follow each other? Not really. I mean, a lot of these meme stocks follow each other, like KOSS, EXPR, BlackBerry, GameStop, AMC. When one rips, the others rip. Hey, thank you, MC. Thank you, bro. Hey, I appreciate the support. Yeah, Jim, the other positive about SESN. I'm guessing you mean SINS or SESN? Because there's two stocks. BCTX, guys, is still popping up here. So here's BCTX. It's up to 715s here for BCTX. So BCTX is still making moves. We're going to add this to our watch list now just because it's volatile. Maybe Daniel, I don't know. I think there's a lot of weirdos, man. You got scammers in the comments in my new video, guys, so y'all be careful. What's weird is that I'm realizing that these aren't bots. Like, these scammers that are pretending to be me are not bots. They're actually, like, tailoring the response to the previous comment. So one guy said, hey, awesome video, and the scammer was like, yeah, it is a great video. You could contact him for assistance on WhatsApp. I'm never going to send you to WhatsApp ever. Guys, I don't even have a WhatsApp like that. I don't use WhatsApp like that, and so I'm never going to send you to a WhatsApp. So if you see somebody that looks like me that's trying to send you to WhatsApp, run far, far away. It's a scammer. And they're literally responding to everybody on my video comments. Weird. Yeah. Alvaro says, do you have a video on how to scan these type of plays? And another guy goes, oh, you can contact team here. And Alvaro goes, no. Not today, sir. You know. You love to see it. Mr. Griffin. Wow, you use Mr. Griffin too? Are you related to Paul Joseph Watson? Yeah, I've done that before. I'm not gonna be able to, they do it so much, like, at that point in time, if you get scammed that way, you know, AUVI, guys, is starting to rip. Look at AUVI. Interesting. All right, so AMC's at 58. Let's watch what happens here. Alright, so AUVI looks interesting here. Let's see if this is a catalyst that we can take advantage of here. Here's AUVI. This is Applied UV. They announced the lab results confirming their Sterilumen's Lumicide ribbon is effective against COVID. So yeah, they announced, again, lab results confirming that their Sterilumen Lumicide TM ribbon, or Lumicide ribbon, kills COVID. So that's the catalyst for AUVI. We're watching it. We're going to see what we get from it now. So let me catch back up on the chat. I missed some stuff. All right, so here's AUVI here. APRE just dipped under the VWAP pretty quickly. The volume's still really good. It's trying to break back over the VWAP here. Yeah, they have full conversations like there's 3 of them. Yeah. So who does John look like today? I don't know. We still haven't said like Brad Pitt, you know, Matt Damon, Ethan Hawke, you know, Bradley Cooper. We haven't said all of those. You know, I think I look like all of those combined. You know what I mean? Maybe Fabio, if I grew my hair out long. Fabio, you know. I'm not saying I'm the best looking YouTuber, but I'm definitely top 3. You know. If you are long in a stock, is it better to see a pre-market gap up or gap down? Usually if it's way up in pre, it drops all day. Yeah, for sure. 100%. A lot of times new traders will see a huge gap up and they'll just think strength, right? And it is strong to a certain extent, but a lot of the time what's more so strong is what I usually look for, especially if I'm swing trading, is like overextended downward moves, like oversold stocks. You know, like after COVID, we had a ton of those with United Airlines, MGM, just a lot of oversold stocks that you could dip by. A lot of the time, if we gap up too much, we get drops at the opening bell. I'm not going to say it happens all day. Like what I usually see is that if we have a really strong gap up in pre-market, you know, after the opening bell, we see like some corrections. And that's kind of what I talked about in my video I uploaded a few days ago on Monday, where if we get a big gap up at the open, a lot of the time we're going to get a big drop at the open too. Or if we get a big gap up in pre-market, a lot of the time we're going to get a correction drop at the opening bell, and that's what I'm looking for, the U-shaped pattern. Like to go over TRCH is a great example of that from yesterday. You know, since we have over 200 likes, we'll go ahead and make this tech time, since a lot of people missed it. But here's exactly what we're looking for. So with TRCH yesterday, you know, we had a really strong gap up, this huge gap up on TRCH from, you know, 350s all the way up to like 480. So a big, you know, huge gap up here for TRCH. Now, with that said, once the opening bell happens after we get that really strong gap up, we get a few minutes of a correction. And this is another reason, like, especially with me going long, it's one of the reasons I do not go long in that first 5 minutes most of the time, is because we're going to get a correction like this. And so the correction I'm looking to see for my strategy is like a U. Like I want to see a U, and then we're going to look for a break above the VWAP again, and that's indicating a change in sentiment. So we get this big gap up that looks a little bit extended, and then we look for a drop at the opening bell, you know, just to correct some from people that are riding this gap up. A lot of the time it's just them taking profit. And again, once we get that type of drop and this break over the, you know, VWAP, that's when we're looking to buy pullbacks, and that's when a lot of other traders are as well. So we're looking to jump in this pullback here and then ride that bounce up. So we're looking to jump in that pullback to the VWAP and then ride the quick bounce up. And like that's our strategy. That's what we're taking advantage of most of the time in the market. After the first 30 minutes, like if it's after the first 30 minutes, a lot of the time we're looking for like VWAP reclaims, or we're looking for stocks like this. So a lot of the time if it's after that first 30 minutes, we'll look for something to like maybe dip underneath the VWAP. We'll wait for it to break back above the VWAP, and then we'll buy this pullback instead. And it's a very similar pattern here. So like it's not exactly the same, but again, we're looking for a dip underneath the VWAP. We're waiting to ride the bounce back up, and we'll attack a strategy like this where we just kind of catch the bounce at the VWAP. That works a lot of the time as well if you can wait and find good volume. And again, this is a good volume stock. Like on average, it's maintaining over 500,000 shares traded per minute here. And so this is something that we attack very consistently in the market. Another strategy is just a simple pullback strategy. So we'll wait for like a break over the pre-market high or over like a confirmed level like this. So in this case, we can look at like $5 here. We can look at this high right here. So we look for that pre-market high. And the other strategy we'll use is we wait for a break over the pre-market high, and then we buy that pullback. Like I said in my video though, you need to understand something here, guys. So this is going to work, but if you're taking short-term micro pullbacks, you need to make them short-term trades. Like if you're going to take short-term positions, you need to take short-term trades. If you are going to take a small position in a smaller pullback, like a pullback all the way down here would be much healthier to buy into. But if you're going to take a small pullback like this, it needs to be a very quick trade, because if you hold on to it too long, obviously this is going to happen. And too many traders get stuck in moves like this. So too many traders, they see this here and they're buying this high, which just never, I don't understand why traders do this. So like they see this high of the day right here. A lot of the time it's new traders. That's the only sign of strength that they know is a break of a previous high of the day. Like that's the only sign of strength that they know. And so they're buying these high breaks. They're buying these breaks right here. These breaks are going to fake you out a huge percentage of the time. Like a lot of traders, and I don't understand it, and maybe if you guys trade these strategies, you can explain it to me. But a lot of the time, these are just going to fake you out. You know, a lot of traders are getting involved here. A lot of traders are just waiting for high of the day breaks. High of the day breaks are going to fake you out a huge percentage of the time. And this is a great example of it. Here's TRCH. It tests this high. What happens? It gets rejected. And so I would more so rather wait for breaks and then buy pullbacks into them. Because again, you know, here's another example right here. High of the day breakouts are going to fail a lot. You know, so if you're just waiting to buy that high of the day level, it's going to fake you out. Instead, I just wait for pullbacks. And so, you know, we can let it break highs and look strong. But we're going to buy the pullback from that. So we can let it break, and then we're going to buy this pullback here instead. You know, we're not going to buy it up here. This is too extended. It's too risky. Other traders like me are taking profit at these levels. And so that's what you want to be wary of. That's what you want to be careful of. Because, again, there's a lot of traders trying to get involved here. And, again, one of the, like, as a new trader, I was just stuck in this limbo where I'd only trade high of the day breakouts. I don't know why. No matter how many times I got faked out, like I was like programmed to high of the day strength buy, and I would just lose, right? My trading improved, and it kind of clicked when I stopped trading. I made it a rule not to trade high of the days because they just fake you out a ton. And the reason they fake you out is simple, because people like me are taking profits at those high of the day levels. That's a profit target, is the high of the day level. And so, you know, it's an important thing for a trader to understand, because again, I think a lot of new traders are just programmed to see strength there, you know, because sometimes you'll get moves like this, and this is probably why. Like sometimes you'll get moves like this, but these type of moves are so rare and so hard to predict that they're going to mislead a lot of new traders. Like a lot of new traders are going to see this break and they're going to be like, wow, that's where the profit is. You know, they're going to see this break right here and they're going to say, wow, that's where the profit is. And so they're just going to attack high of the day breakouts, and they're just going to keep getting faked out. Maybe 1 out of 5 might work, and it misleads them into thinking that it works, you know. Hey, nice, Eddie. Hey, congrats, bro. So I'll catch you back up in the chat. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you don't just randomly buy pullbacks either. I mean, you buy calculated pullbacks. And so, like, when I'm buying pullbacks, I am looking for, again, very calculated levels. I'm looking for levels that, you know, number one, I want to see it above, like, one pretty universally true thing is, like, I'm looking for the middle range. All right, so, like, say this is the entire range of pre-market. You know, say that's the entire range of pre-market. I will never buy it if it's below the middle range. So this is from 490 to 430s basically. That's 60, so 30-cent range would be here. I am never going to buy the stock if it's below that middle range of pre-market, or that middle range here, because there's too much. Like say a stock breaks underneath this, right? Too often the stock is going to go like this, boom, and just start testing lows immediately, because so many other traders are using that as a line in the sand, the middle range. And so I'm never going to be buying it around there. You know, I always want to buy it with, some type of bullish sentiment here. So I need to buy it when it's above this middle range level. And a lot of the time I'm using the VWAP for this as well. Yeah, high of the day breakouts is what used to get me in the beginning. Yeah, me too, bro. It happens to a lot of traders. Like, it's so weird because, like, a lot of traders are consistently losing traders. And they trade high of the day breakouts and they'll defend them. They'll defend the high of the day breakouts and they'll make excuses on why they still work and all this stuff. And it's just kind of like, like, listen, if you have if you're an experienced trader and you have conditions that work for you for trading high of the day breakouts, do your thing. I'm not mad at you for that. But I think a lot of people get stuck trading them and they just don't work for me, I guess. Yeah. I mean, buying will fall. It depends. Like, I buy when falling, but I buy at support levels. So, like, if it doesn't hold that support level, I obviously get out. And, I mean, you can have a calculated way to do that with high of the day breakouts, too. I just find buying pullbacks, we're going to get a bounce more likely. And so if you can accurately predict support levels, then, of course, then you can make money from trading those type of strategies. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I'm holding AMC. I've been holding AMC for 2 months. Y'all are mad at me? I mean, listen, I think emotional people are just emotional, you know? Like, we're holding AMC. We've been holding this for months now, you know? I think when people are struggling, I think when people are gambling their life savings away, they look for somebody to blame. You never know it. You never know when it's going down, RV. You never know. Penny traders teach high of the day breakouts. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of nonsense strategies out there. I think it's easier to see after the fact when you draw on a chart. I mean, I trade these strategies live every day. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm not practicing what I preach. I mean, I think people that watch the stream every day, they see my trades. You know, this is just my general mentality with trading. I'm using TD Ameritrade coin. Thinkorswim is what it's called. Yeah, it's because of thinking it's a strong momentum play and that will keep climbing. Yeah, I know. And a lot of new traders, the only sign of strength that they know is high of the day breaks, right? So when they see that, they're saying they have FOMO is really what it is. So like they see stocks breaking highs and they have FOMO and they're like, oh no, what if this continues up and I miss it, right? So they end up buying it at a not very favorable level or area on the chart that just ends up falling back down, you know. Yeah, quote of the day, guys. Quote of the day. Emotional people are just emotional, you know. Yeah, I mean, KV, you sound like me. I mean, listen, a stock's never going to go up every day, of course. You know, I think this move looks fine. You know, and I think if we look at the 4-hour chart. It's a very strong chart for AMC. You know what I mean? Like, we're not just going to go straight up, of course. You know, and I'm still holding this one, obviously. We'll see what happens with it, but, you know, I don't mind the consolidation. I think if we look at the 30-minute chart, it's clear just consolidation over the last few days, and that's fine. You know, we want to see consolidation. You know, consolidation is good. Consolidation is healthy, and it's good. It's what we want to see. Wow, you read my comment about 2 minutes after posting it. Serious lag? Nah, I mean, it's not lag. It's just that I have 800 people here basically, and so I'll start reading a comment before yours, and then I'll have to get to that, and then I'll just kind of slowly scroll down. So there's no lag in the actual video. It's more so just me taking a while to read all the comments because there's a lot of them. Hey, what's up, Charlie? Walking Dead on AMC, eh? Here's APRE, guys, absolutely ripping up here. Here's 730s. Here's 730s. Huge move, 740s for APRE. Absolutely huge move here for APRE. Hey, what's up? What's up, Kyle? How you doing, brother? I'm holding, right now I'm holding 40 shares left at like 920s. You know? All right, so there's APRE looking strong. Probably the best looking one in pre-market right now. I think a lot of traders are going to be watching this thing. Yeah, AUVI looking good too. Bouncing at 11, moving up to 12. Solid move. There's 12-15 break for AUVI, so it's ripping up. Wait, did we get another donation that I missed, or did he take back the donation? Weird. I don't know how much that was. Come on, man. I'm not buying in pre-market AB. I don't invest in these penny stocks, brother. I'm not getting sold into the hype, bro. It's my opportunity to do it. You know, hey, look, I'm going to stick to my strategies regardless of whether I miss moves like this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to... I'll put it this way. No offense to you all. And y'all shouldn't get your feelings hurt about what I'm about to say. But I'm never going to listen to you guys about trading. I'm going to stick to what works for me. Y'all are just a bunch of randoms on the internet. No offense, you know. And so am I. And so you don't have to listen to me either. But I'm going to stick to what works for me. And I'm going to continue doing that because it works. You know, I'm not going to trade a random strategy that I've never tested before on a stock just based off of strength. Yeah, the reason I'm saying that is because it's like, dude, historically on this stream, we've had some weirdos here that get mad at me if I don't copy their trades. They'll say, hey, this stock's going up. See, John, if you would have taken my trade, I told you. You know? It's just kind of like, dude, what do you want me to do? Like, you want me to just say, oh, look, you know, Steve says to buy this stock. Let me buy it, you know? No. I'm not going to do that. That's stupid. You know? I'm going to wait and see what I like and then trade that. You know what I mean? No, I wasn't talking to anybody specifically. I wasn't engaging with anybody specifically. Like everybody's supportive here. Nobody was really doing that today. I'm just saying, SPCB guys is moving up. Nobody was really doing that today, though. All I'm trying to say is that, like, regardless of whether I miss moves like this, I'm just not gonna copy anybody else here. I'm not gonna say, hey, this person says to buy this stock, let me buy it. You know, again, and it's not out of disrespect. It's just like I have my own system and my own strategies that I'm gonna follow. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna abandon my system and strategies to take a trade that I haven't tested and a strategy that I've never used before. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna keep sticking to what works and ignore everything else, because I think you have to do that to a certain extent in trading. Listen, you're gonna get a lot of people that act like their way of trading is the only way, and they're gonna act like it. There's a lot of people that really want validation. You know what I mean? They want to be seen. They want to be heard. They're like, see, I called this, and I did this right, and I did this right. See, look at me. And it's like, that's cool, and I'm proud of y'all if y'all got it right. You know, but you can make money without me taking the trade too. You know what I mean? Y'all can make y'all's trades without me taking them with you. You know what I mean? And you shouldn't desire that from me. Like, I'm not gonna copy you guys. Yeah, but it goes against my innate rules. AB. It goes against my main rules, which is not trading pre-market, bro. You know? You know, until it sets up for my specific strategies at the opening bell, it's not my strategy, you know? And I'm not just going to take it because somebody else said it, even if it has signs of strength, which it kind of does, you know, but it's just not really my style of trade. You know, I don't trade stocks in pre-market for a reason, because historically I haven't made a ton of money doing so. And so with that said, I just have to wait for it to set up for my own strategies at the opening bell, because those strategies are what have been making me my money. APRE still ripping up too, and again, same U-shaped pattern that we talked about this morning. So here's the U. And there's the bounce. Hopefully. You know, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. And so this is even my setup. It's just in pre-market. I'm not going to take it in pre-market, guys. You know, I'm not going to trade in pre-market because pre-market does not give me favorable results, even if something looks really strong right now, you know. I have those rules for a reason, and I got to stick to those rules. You know, a lot of trading is conditioning yourself to stick to rules, and that's what I'm doing here. Yeah, if I use one of your strategies and I test it in a simulator and it works, sure. You know, I'll give you the credit for it. But to be honest, most of the strategies I'm using, I've tested myself, and they're just strategies that I've come up with myself. Because I just like to be in control of my own trading. You know what I mean? Yeah, AUVI is ripping up, though. You know, to AB's credit. It looks good. It looks good. It's just not something I would generally trade right now. It's just pre-market. Too much randomness in pre-market for me to attack it. It's just not my strategy. You know, I got to stick to what works for me. But AUVI looks good. It's certainly going to be added to the list, and we'll watch it after the opening bell, certainly. And so, hey, if it sets up after the open, maybe we'll take it. But we got to wait for then. To be honest, my stomach is messing with me. I might stand. You think standing is good for my stomach? There's a lot of different places you can find the short interest. Risky, you can use TOS, or I don't know if you can use TOS. You could use Ortex. You could use Trade Ideas. I think you can do it on Benzinga too, but I'm not 100% sure about Benzinga. TRCH is heading back up as well. But man, my stomach is messing with me, guys. Yeah, Ryan, to be honest, you've been pretty negative over the last week, bro. Of course, I'm not pandering to AMC. I'm holding AMC for the last 2 months, bro. Do I think AMC is going to go up? Maybe. Am I going to hold AMC for the next few years? Absolutely not. I'm still skeptical that AMC and GameStop are going to hold their gains, of course. And I'm very open and honest about that. I think that, no offense, Ryan, I think you're probably just one of those people that if somebody disagrees with you, you can't really handle it, and you end up just kind of being difficult and negative, most likely out of your own insecurity, brother. So if you're going to threaten to unsub, good day, sir. Have a good day. You don't have to announce it, bro. Nobody cares. Good day, sir. TRCH is back over the VWAP, though. Still looking at a PRE because it's still strong. And as long as it holds over 7, we're looking good. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can't really say it's pandering. Everybody's freaking watching AMC. I think Ryan, my guess, to be honest, this is probably my guess with Ryan. I think Ryan probably predicted that AMC was going to fail at like 20s and 30s. Right? And so as AMC started progressively pushing up higher and higher, instead of just admitting he was wrong, which is what I saw him do earlier. He started saying, oh, see, I said it was going to hit 40 and it did. Instead of doing so, he just doubled down on it. He just doubled down on it, and he refused to admit that he was wrong initially about AMC. That's probably what went down here, and his pride is just hurt. His ego is just hurt because AMC, as you guys know, AMC did rip up, and AMC did continue to go up. And AMC, I've been holding this one for the last few months, and it feels good, man. AMC's been my largest gain over the last year. I made over 5,000 from AMC. And so, of course, I'm watching it. I'm still holding it. And I've been very open about it the entire time. I talked about when I entered it. I got in AMC before it did any of this. And people hated on me, probably Ryan. But again, it kind of shows you that people don't like to be. There's a lot of ego floating around in the market. You know what I mean? To be honest, Rob, just because he's just negative, man. He's just being negative, bro. He's been negative since he came back here like a few weeks ago. Like literally everything is a criticism, And again, it probably stems from him just being wrong about AMC and the whole sentiment. A lot of people predicted AMC was just gonna fail. A lot of people did. And a lot of those people now, instead of being like, yeah, I was just wrong, they are instead criticizing all the traders that are in AMC right now. And so it's fine to be here. It's fine to be here. If you have constructive criticism, that's okay. But if everything you say is criticism, you're going to get banned. Because that's just, we don't have time for all that negativity. But with that said, I'm going to move on from this and not let it, take up too much space in the stream. AUVI does look good, though. To AB's credit, AUVI does look good. We're going to see if it holds at 1250 now. That's right around the VWAP. If we're looking for a pullback level, you know, $0.50 right around the VWAP is usually where I'm looking for. It still might not hold this level, though, and we're going to look at 1220s as well. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure, Jessica, 100%. Yeah, for sure, try. What's up, bro? Yeah, push-up time. All right. Yeah, honestly, I don't really feel that great, Patrick. I'm like I said, my stomach is messing with me this morning, brother. We'll add 10 to the count and make it 38. We're getting ready to raise the desk, though. We're gonna bring the desk up and stand up with it. Yeah, I was very wrong about GameStop in the beginning, and I'll be the first to tell you that, of course. I was very wrong about GameStop. I thought GameStop would never hold at these levels. I'll be very open about the fact that I called GameStop about a year or two ago. I called GameStop short at like $5, you know. And so I was incredibly wrong about GameStop, and hey, sometimes you got to just admit when you're wrong. But, you know, you can't have that mentality where you just kind of get mad at anybody for having the opposing side, you know, in view. All right, we're still looking at ARVL. There's talk about this being the next squeeze play. We'll see. We'll see if this is the next squeeze play or not. We're still looking at TRCH2. TRCH is breaking over highs. It's at 580s. And APRE still moving up. It's at 710s. Hey, thank you, Patrick. Hey, I appreciate it, bro. Hey, nice, Kaylee. Nice. Yeah, good thing that you figured that out. Hey, good to have you here too, Leo. Happy to have you guys here. Well, no, it's not like I don't know. My stomach's just off. Yeah, for sure. Channel has grown a ton in the last 4 months. Death Star, 100%, bro. We've gone from averaging 200 to 300 viewers per stream to averaging usually over 1,000, depending on the volatility of the market. Like if it's slow, we might have like 800 to 900 people here, but channel's been growing, bro, and it feels good. Feels good. But yeah, TRCH rip it up. We'll see if it holds at 570. AMC down all the way to the 5675 level. Yeah, for sure. Hey, nice batter. Hey, that's a big game, bro. Hey, that's a nice surprise. That's thousands. Yeah, we're looking at SPI as well. It's at 795. We're gonna see what happens with it, but we're watching it for sure. A little slow today for sure, guys. A little bit slow. Yeah, we'll see, brother. We'll see, dude. About the quantitative easing. We'll see. APRE still looking good. Let's see if it holds at 7 now. Again, we got AUVI popping up pretty big here. Did not hold on to the VWAP, though. And this is one of the reasons I do not trade pre-market, is because there's just a lot of risk here, to be honest. AMC still getting ready to test these lows. It's at 56.45. Yeah, we're watching GOED. It doesn't quite have enough volume for me, but we're still paying attention to that. Hey, thank you, Ebony. I appreciate the support. Hey, what's up, Doc? Alright, well, nice, Jim. Happy to have you here, bro. Yeah, I mean, like I said, at a certain point, the longer AMC and GameStop sustain at these levels, the more offerings they're gonna do, the more strong that they will be. Obviously, the stronger that they'll be. You know, one of the biggest things, like, people got mad at AMC when it hit people with that, with the offering. You know, but one of the best things that AMC can do is sell shares at these high prices. You know, by selling shares at these high prices, they're able to make a lot more money than they would, and that in turn is going to contribute to stronger growth for AMC, obviously. You know, and so they've made, you know, almost $1 billion from selling shares over the last few months, and I think with that, that's going to renew optimism longer term than a lot of people thought it would. You know what I mean? And so that's something that we do have to take into consideration. Now, do I think AMC is going to maintain at these high prices forever? Of course not. You know, I still think, you know, we're still somewhat affected by the pandemic. And so I think eventually AMC is going to correct. And I think even AMC believes that. You know, AMC in their article, the reason, even though when their stock prices were at $60 and $65, even AMC said they're only going to sell shares at like $18 or $17 because of the crazy amount of volatility that's been in their stock lately. Basically, even a lot of AMC people don't think it's actually going to hold these gains. But we'll see how high it can get. You know, it's not. I'm not saying it's done. Of course, we're still looking for it to move, and I still think the chart looks strong here. Of course, but you know, we'll have to wait and see what happens, and we'll see when the squeeze actually happens, how high we'll get, and how long we'll stay there. I'm hoping for $100 plus, obviously, but we'll see. It's at 2 p.m. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Legion. Yeah, it's slight dilution, but the amount of shares that AMC was selling is not going to influence them a huge amount. So, like, yeah, like them selling shares is slight dilution. It's a small amount of dilution, but it's not the massive amount of dilution that's going to hurt the company in any major and significant way. Like, if they can sell, you know, 8 million shares and make $250 million, then that's a good deal. I mean, with AMC, that's a very small percentage of the overall float. And so, you know, it's a small amount of dilution for a ton of money that's going to help with growth. So it's going to help the long-term viability of the company. And that's what people got to understand about these offerings that AMC and them have been doing, is it's helping them. You know, it's a small amount of dilution, and they're making a ton of money from it. Hey, well, thank you, Jim. AMC had an SEC filing this morning. Let's see. Let's see what it said. See if we can figure out what they said for AMC here. I'm waiting for this to load. I don't see the SEC files loading here. I'm trying to look into it. Did they talk of an offering? Depends on how many shares, but it should be fine still. Let me see. The last filing I showed was Alright guys, we got 6 minutes. Yeah, I don't see any new SEC filing. Yeah, AMC has 45,000 shares left. That's still a pretty... I mean, it's not a... That's still like, what, 10%? You know, less than 10%. Even if they did all the entire 45K shares for an offering, it'd still be less than 10% of the float right now. Less than... Even more so less than the outstanding shares. I mean, I think an offering's honestly good for AMC. Alright, I'm going to stand up, see if that helps. Alright guys, alright guys, so we're standing up. Hopefully that helps my stomach. Got the standing desk. You love to see it. You love to see it. Alright, guys. We got 3 minutes until the opening bell. Let's do this. True, John, but there's been way too many offerings recently that can kill our gains. Yeah, I mean, short term, sure. But I think long term, the offerings are good for the company. I think they're going to bring in money that they need to grow and expand and growth overall. So I think the offerings are good for the company for the most part. All right, guys, 2 minutes, guys, 2 minutes. Watching BCTX, watching AUVI, watching APRE, watching GTech, watching the SPI. Of course, watching AMC here. Watching TRCH. TRCH is breaking highs now, too. So, hey, let's do this, guys. Good luck. Y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We do this live for free every single weekday morning right here on YouTube. So if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, click the notification bell, hit the like button. Let's run those numbers up, guys. Definitely appreciate the love and support here. We got a good group of traders here, and if you want to be a part of that, hit the sub button. Let's do this. Good luck. Let's try to have another green day in the books today. Now, I'm not going to talk about what's wrong with my stomach too much. We had some guy that was like, I'm sun sub, and this guy talks about his stomach too much. And it was like, bro, we literally had somebody ask me, and I'm not even going to talk about it because, you know, it's just a troll. But regardless, we're going to leave it out. Get ready for the opening bell. Here's TRCH. Breaking highs. Looks good. The life of a YouTube channel, you know. Here's TRCH. It's 580s. APRE is probably the main watch, though. There's the bell. Good luck, guys. Hey, well, what's up, Doc? You're back, bro. You're back. Hey, there's APRE breaking highs. It's at 735s here. 735s for APRE. Looks good. And again, we might get some pullbacks here. That's fine. AMC dipped all the way down under 56 here. This is usually what happens at the opening bell for AMC, though. A lot of the time, we're going to reverse and head back up here. So, like, this is fine. Yeah, I mean, that was almost certainly what it is. JP, for sure. Like, that's almost certainly what it was. TRCH, guys, ripping up. It's at 610s here. 610s for TRCH. Huge move. Huge run here. So TRCH is up to over $6. VWAP's a little bit too low for me in that case. Right now I see CATB show up. Getting rejected here. Let's put the scanners on. We'll wait for that one. AMC dipping down, guys. It's at 54s. 54.80s for AMC. APRE still not looking bad. Kind of consolidating here, which is fine. We're still in that range between 750 and 7. So let's see if we break out of this range. There's the break over that range. Over 750s. We got this opening range high right here at 750s as well, which is a $0.50. APRN starting to bounce back some. AUVI still trying. TRCH is ripping up here. Huge rip. Looking at SPI trying to come back some. The VWAP's a little bit too high up there for me. Looking at ONCT, it's at 540s. ONCT at 540s. We got TRCH. We've got BCTX that we're watching here as well. So we're watching that too. All right, we're scalping APRE here. 25 shares left. Got another 10 shares, holding 15 shares left. Getting a little bit of a dip here. We're going to get out there. So we made about $16 from that one. Small trade. We do have BCTX pushing up. So this one's ripping up. We want to see better volume here, but I also see Ford FORD show up here. Still below the VWAP, so not really super favorable. Y'all be careful. APRE just dipped down, and this is why I scalp these moves, but this is a big drop. ORPH, guys. ORPH absolutely ripping up here. Not a ton of volume, to be honest, for ORPH, but a huge move for it. Here's AMC, guys. So AMC starting to rebound, getting back over the VWAP here, which is, you know, what we want to see, of course. We're back over 56. We got BCTX that looks okay too. Almost bought BCTX there. Almost did. Just stopped myself from it. But here's AMC battling the VWAP. ORPH, guys, is just huge moves here. Huge moves. RKDA is popping up too. It's at 290s. 290s for RKDA. Glad I didn't buy BCTX. I almost did. Man, look at RKDA. Still not quite the volume we want to see yet, but huge move for sure. All right, we got Ford still looking okay, breaking under the VWAP here. We're still watching TRCH too. There's no pullback quite big enough for me to really want to attack yet. This is the only one that looked good, but we missed that one. Still rip it up there. There's Torchlight up to 650s. So AMC still battling the VWAP at 5630s for AMC. Here's AMC right now, still battling the VWAP. It's at 5620s. TRCH still ripping up big. Just no pullback was quite big enough for me here though. BCTX, beautiful move, rip over the VWAP. TRCH still ripping up here. Here's BCTX, still looking good, chesting that pre-market high. RKDA, if we can get better volume, I don't hate it. Here's AMC, still battling the VWAP here, trying to get back over the VWAP. Only one trade so far today. We're up about 16 bucks. AMC still battling the VWAP, trying to get back over here. Here's RKDA up to 310s. Finally getting some good volume coming in. We'll watch that one. Here's ORPH. Ford still looking good. ORPH just dumped down here. Here's Ford. AMC still battling the VWAP here, still underneath it though. Lost about $10 on BCTX here. Got a pullback, but this thing just died fast. Didn't quite get the bounce. Small though. Small loss for the most part. RKDA, you know, it doesn't look bad. We're watching this one. Looks like I got out of BCTX in time too, because that one just dumped down. So glad I got out of it when I did. Still probably held on to it for a little bit too long. Here's AMC though. AMC popping over 57. Looks very, very strong now at 57.02s. So we have been kind of slowly adding to RKDA. We're in with 125 shares. Small position. So we're getting a little bit of a pop back up here for RKDA. Small pop. Alright, so we're in RKDA. I'm also in BCTX here. Probably not, huh? That's too late for me, brothers. Alright, so I'm still in RKDA, but slow down volume for sure. AMC started ripping up. We'll come back to RKDA, but just got slammed down. Look at AMC just got hammered here. Yeah, CATB's got to get over the VWAP at 240s. AMC getting ready to test these lows here. Still in RKDA, and I'm still in BCTX. I'm gonna get out of BCTX here. I just didn't like it. We're still in RKDA, but here's BCTX. We lost another like few bucks. We're down $16 in it. There's too much risk. Too sideways. Not a lot of fulfillment, to be honest. We're still in. What are we in? We're still in RKDA. SPI is starting to rip up, but it's still pretty well below the VWAP here, so we'll see what happens with it. I don't know what I want to do here with RKDA either. I guess I'll let it test 305 right around my entry. Let's see, REI.
Bye.
Bye, buddy. Love you. Have a good day, man. Alright. Alright. Love you. Whoa. There we go. Sorry. Alright, love you. Have a good day, sweetie. Alright, so here's the test. Sorry, my kids are going to school. Here's RKDA. We're down a little bit on the day. We're not down much, but we're down small. A little bit slow. Yeah, 4 just rejected here. There we go. This is better. Let's see if RKDA can rip up over these highs. I just took a little bit off there. We're holding 60 shares left of this. Small. Not going to be a losing trade now. And like we're up small on the day. We're up like $10, but green is good. VWAP is way above SPY right now. Or SPI. The VWAP is at 812s. So it's a solid, 40 cents. Are you trying to hack me, bro? Not today, sir. Not today, sir. Yeah, LEDS looks alright. I mean, we're waiting on it. No, not you, Mo. The guy that just posted that. He tried to post a, whatchamacallit, where they hack you via sending out a code to your URL. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, very slow day, guys. Y'all just be careful. There's GTAG just got hammered down. Torchlight failed. Which is kind of what we thought might happen. LEDS is still making moves too. I mean, we'll see about AMC bouncing here. Yeah, we're giving it time. See LEDS too. Works, WORX, LEDS, GTT. Making moves up. So, I mean, I see REI, but this one's very slow too. Very slow day, guys. Y'all just be careful, especially if you're. I see AUVI trying to get back up here, but this one just dumped after the opening bell. Y'all just be careful. It's a slow day. There's not a lot of action going on right now. There goes my green streak. Yeah, it's a tough day, bro. All right, so yeah, we're in our RKDA still. We're just sitting in this one. We're slightly green on the day, but not by much. And yeah, the Fed meeting is at 2 p.m. Eastern. Ford. Yeah, I mean, if it fights and holds over the VWAP, it looks okay. Volume is a little suspect, though. There's 315s. Yeah, I feel alright, man. My stomach is just a little wacky right now. And we're scalping a little bit more from RKDA, only holding 30 shares. Pretty small position left. Yeah, APRE is fading down under the VWAP. So it's got to get over 750s for me to be liking the sentiment, to be honest. Alright, there's a nice little squeeze up here for... Alright, we're going to scalp that out. So far our day has been RKDA up small, APRE up small, BCTX down small, and that's it, man. GTT, guys, is making big rips, big squeezes up here. Not the best volume that we're looking for, but, you know, better than nothing. MTSL up to 340s. Now we're halted here at 346. AMC down to 53s. MRIN, guys. Trying, but low volume. AMC down to 53.80s. I'm using Benzinga. Yeah, I mean, that's possible for sure. The market could just be indecisive and uncertain because of the Fed meeting that's going on later today. That's definitely plausible. ENTX, MRIN. ENTX ripping over fours. AMC breaking lows is at 53.60s. AMC breaking lows is at 53.30s here. Yeah, AMC down to 53.40s. And I mean, like I said, this isn't a huge... I mean, listen, we're down, certainly. But, you know, like I said, these are the three levels that I drew here. We broke under one of them, though. Yeah, CEI doesn't look that bad. The volume's a little suspect, but aside from that, we're looking okay with it. CATB. CATB's over the VWAP now. Let's see if it actually holds. Yeah, volume is definitely sus for sure. There's just nothing going on, unfortunately. Yeah, yesterday was a good day. Today, you know, maybe I'll look to buy this here. But the range is so slow for CATB, I'm just losing faith in it. GTT is flying. If I look at this chart and it's not actually flying. Okay, you're right, it is flying. Oh my goodness, look at GTT, guys. This thing's going absolutely nuts right now. I see CNEY. It's trying to move too. Yeah, he was right. A lot of the time people were like, yeah, the stock is flying. And I look at it and it's just it's incredibly dull and slow. That wasn't the case for that one. That one literally was ripping up huge, you know. All right, good luck, Robert. Have a good day, brother. We're scalping a little bit of GTT after that pullback. Up about $12 here. Got 50 shares left. See if we can ride it up some more. Test these highs maybe. 25 shares left. Not a huge position, but we made a little bit on this trade. Well, hold on to it a little bit too long, I guess. There's 61s, 62s. So we rip again. Alright, we'll just get out there. Maybe I should have held. Look at that squeeze. Maybe I should have held a little bit. I don't know. There's AMC. We're bouncing at 54s, so we're still okay. Well, I gotta be honest. I lost some on RKDA just now. Lost $30. I think I just got bored with it, to be honest. I bought this pullback. We just didn't hold. Not a great pullback to buy. The volume had dried substantially there. So this will put me down on the day. It's been a while since I had a losing day, though, so I think I'm okay. But, yeah, for transparency's sake, I lost $29 on RKDA. You don't love to see it, but it's okay. Again, we've been very green lately in the market. So, being down, $15 is not the end of the world. No, GTT's not halted. Yeah, GTT's not halted. Luckily, I was able to make, a third of it back on GTT just now, but yeah, it is what it is. Should have held GTT though, man. Look at this. Squeezing a big, huge rip. There's 270s for GTT. Monstrous move here. 280s. This is TD Ameritrade Thinkorswim, is what this is. Yeah, it's just been dull, Caitlin, for sure. It's just been slow, unfortunately. Today, at least. Last few weeks have been pretty good, though, to be honest. So, I can't be too upset. Last few weeks have been pretty solid. Yeah, I just ended up buying the pullback. Probably a little bit greedy of a trade, but, we're good, My entry on GTT was 255. So if we look at GTT, I'm pretty sure it was 255. It was something like that. I got in right here. Somewhere in here is where I bought it. Should have held, of course, but it is what it is. Well, today's just a slow day. My goal, to be honest, I only recently started trading penny stocks within the last year, Richmond. And so with that new entry into a different niche of the market, my account's only roughly $15,000. And so with a $15,000 account, my goal is to make $50 to $100 a day. If I try to make more than that, it's just too much risk. That's what suckers do, is just trade too large because they buy guru hype. I would rather trade small and grow my account naturally than take too much risk out of pride or ego. Again, I mean, yeah, I've been trading for 4 years. A lot of different markets, though. I've been trading stocks mostly. Mostly what I focused on before penny stocks was mid and high caps. But now that I'm in the penny stock market, you know, I'm just trading relative to my account size, which is $15,000. And a $50 to $100 gain in my account per day is a great gain. That's a large gain. That's a big percentage gain relative to the account size I'm using. ALF is halted. Yeah, ALF, huge rip, huge squeeze, held the VWAP, continued moving up. Looks good. Big squeeze here for ALF, up to over 7s. Hey, thank you. I see the donation from Jonathan. Keep an eye on TRCH sitting above the VWAP and special dividend. We'll see, bro. Hey, thank you, brother Jonathan. Yeah, for TRCH, I just want to see it hold the VWAP and continue up. It's got that range up there at like 650. I want to see it break 650, which it could. If it does, I might jump in it, but we're going to wait for that. ALF is halted, guys. It's now halted at 703s. It should resume at 1009. So in 3 minutes, we should have the resumption for ALF, for ALF, and we'll wait for that. GTT is also pulling back some as well. Here's GTT. It's at 289s. And we'll give it time to try to break that. But, hey, I appreciate the donation, though, brother. Thank you, man. What movement do you expect after a halt? Well, to be honest, anything can really happen. So if we look at ALF, it could gap up some. I mean, usually when you get a big gap up like this, usually when you get a halted stock on the move up, it's going to gap up. My guess, and again, this is purely a guess. I certainly do not know for certain where this thing is going to resume. My guess is it'll resume somewhere right around here. 720s to 730s is my guess. Again, it's purely a speculative guess. I don't know what's going to happen with it, but I'm guessing it's going to resume there, and then it might pull back down to like here, and then it might bounce back, but it might not too. You never really know with halts. You're just guessing because there's no set standard of behavior that happens. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm right. All right, so here's AMC. It's back at the VWAP. Let's see if it breaks over the VWAP. That's what it really has to do. All right, so the ALF should resume in about a minute. Here's AMC. It's right around $55. But yeah, ALF should resume in about 1 minute. Again, ALF was halted at 04. It'll resume most likely at 09. Most likely will resume at 09, but we'll have to wait and see. Alright, so 15 seconds until 09 hits. GTT pulled back to the VWAP. Let's see if it bounces around here. Alright, so there's 09. Let's see if ALF resumes now. Alright, if it doesn't resume now, then it'll probably resume at 24 or at 14, I mean. So if it doesn't resume now, it should resume in about 5 minutes after that. Alright, we are in TRCH here. Riding the surge up. Scalping out of this. This will bring us to green on the day, although slightly. 25 shares left. And like I said, if we broke that 650 level I talked about, I said I might buy it, and we did. Let me just kind of scalping out of the position now. We'll let this last 15 shares work, but that'll bring us to green on the day, luckily. Did ALF resume yet? It did. All right, so hey, I was pretty spot on with where I said. So we opened this candle at 39. So like I said, between 20 and 40. There's 70s. We pulled back exactly kind of like I thought we would. Not quite down to where I thought. But yeah, there's the ALF resumption here. Big move. Again, we're still in TRCH. Just going to see if we can push up to test that 675 level. $10 shares left. We'll be careful on the rest. We'll hold this. It's such an insignificant trade that we're not super worried about it. ALF up to $8 now. Hey, what's up, Giannina? Yeah, ALF, crazy rip up, crazy squeeze up here. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of. I think I'm just gonna get out of TRCH and regroup and maybe attack it again if we like it. We made $33 from TRCH, and again, that'll bring us to green on the day. Today's mostly a break-even day, guys. So like, here's my day. Basically a break-even day. We're up very, very small, but that's fine. It's been a very green week, and if you guys have seen me this week, you know I've been profitable. So you know, we had more green than red, but not by much, and you know we're up small. You know, basically a break-even day, which happens. You know, every day is not going to be green, guys. And if you think it is, then you probably haven't traded the market much. GTT, we're still kind of looking at that to see if we get a bounce there. We've made most of our money with APRE. GTT and TRCH. We lost some money on RKDA, which is a dumb trade. If it wasn't for this trade, we would be nicely green on the day. We'd be nicely green on the day. But not really a super favorable day, I don't think either. We got KOPN making moves up. ALF halted again, guys. Wow, so ALF is halted again at 840s. It should resume at 1017 is when ALF should resume, at 1017. And so here's AMC back over the VWAP for a split second. Let's see if it maintains and holds over $55. ALF just broke in 52-week high. Hey, thanks, Rob. Alright, so ALF is at 840s right now. We just broke over the 52-week high, but that was already at 7. So yeah, ALF has been ripping up over highs already, so huge moves. KOPN is ripping up. There's KOPN. TRCH, which is the largest gain I've gotten into today, and this was just buying this pullback here and riding this break. ASTS is ripping up. And remember, guys, y'all hit that subscribe button if you have not already. Easiest way to help support us is just hitting that sub button, guys. Really simple way to help support the channel here. And so, yeah, if we could get a movement going on where we all subscribe, I certainly appreciate it. And so hit that subscribe button if you have not already, guys. Click the notification bell if you want to help support your boy here. And I certainly appreciate it if you do. We day trade live on stream for free every single weekday right here on YouTube. We don't claim to be experts. We don't claim to be gurus. We don't claim to be anything. We're just a resource for traders, guys. And if you appreciate free content, like all of our content is free. We don't sell any courses. We don't sell any services. We don't claim to be expert traders or anything like that. What we do here is we just teach traders what works for us. It might not work for you, but if you appreciate what we're doing here, hit the like button, show your support for the channel. Alf is still heading up. Again, this one should resume in 1 minute. This is when Alf should resume in 1 minute. Let's see what happens with Alf. Yeah, Alf is halted, Jim. Alright, so here's the resumption time. We should resume sometime in the next minute. My guess is we'll resume around break even and then pull back some. But again, speculating just off of historical movement this week. So I saw some stocks do that earlier this week. So let's see if it resumes break even and then dips down to like 8. Alright, well, definitely didn't resume break even, so was wrong. We did get a dip down to 8, though, which is what I thought might happen. So we actually capped up huge there. Interesting movement for sure. OPT, yeah, OPT just weird. Low liquidity, low volume. But hey, I was pretty right about, the pullback level at 8. Also, guys, if you want to help support us, check out TopStep. TopStep funds traders in futures and Forex. And so if you're trying to get around the PDT rule, you could always trade futures. And futures are profitable, guys. Like what I do when I trade futures is I trade the SPY, or what's called the E-mini in the futures market. And I just trade this volatility using the VWAP. Similar strategies to what I've used before. And so, what they do is TopStep gives you a demo account. And if you can hit their testing levels, if you can pass their testing, then they fund you the same amount as the demo. The base one's $30K, so they give you a $30K demo, and if you can hit $2K in profit on that $30K demo while following their rules, then they fund you $30K with an 80% profit split as a proprietary trader through TopStep. So if you make $1,000 net on that funded account, then they pay out, $800 to you, and they keep $200 since they're funding you that money. They're regulated in the U.S. They pay out millions per year to their profitable traders. So their profitable traders are withdrawing millions of dollars for them every year. They're funding thousands. Last year they funded over 6,000 traders. And if you want to check them out, I'll post this link and you can help support your boy here. I am certainly biased in their favor because I get a commission if you sign up through me. But I think it's a fun way to try to get funded in the market, and you can check it out here if you want to use them. Alright, we're also trading on them right now, and you can see we're up about 150 on the day. And this is futures through Top Step. Trying to get out here if it'll let me. I might just mark it out. Yeah. So we're up 140 bucks roughly on the day now, and you can see I buy market, sell market, buy bid, sell ask. Make sure to look into futures though. They definitely are risky. But you can check them out through Top Step. I think Top Step is a good way to learn futures because you have some pressure on you to succeed, but not the full extent of like real money pressure that you would if you tried to put up the money yourself and trade it yourself. So it's a good middle ground to learn, and to learn under pressure as opposed to just using a regular demo. Here's CNEY. I'm also looking at CEI. It's a little bit cheap relative to what I usually trade, but we're still watching it. Also, we got APRN that's trying to make moves too. ORPH has been very volatile and kind of weird today as well, but we're watching it regardless. Yeah, you can trade futures on, I know you can on TOS if you don't want to go the Top Step route. As for whether you can on Webull, I don't think you can. Somebody else might know that. I'm pretty sure you can on Webull. Alright, so ORPH pushing over that $11 level. Here's ALF pulling back to 780s. We're watching that. ALF signed with Uber. I think you mean ALF, but yeah. ALF signed a deal with Uber, I think. GTT pulling back some, dipping down to the 250s. So we're waiting. Alpha resumed, popped up to 922 and then got immediately rejected. All right, let's see if Alpha holds at like $8. Yeah, and if you want to use Webull, I don't know if they do futures. I don't think they do. But if you want to check out Webull, it's another way to help support your boy here. And again, if you haven't already, check out Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. Not for futures, I'm sorry. Yeah, Top Step is a funded account program for futures. Webull is a brokerage account where if you open up an account, you get a free stock. If you deposit $100, you get another free stock. 0 commissions on Webull and free paper trading. So if you're new and you haven't opened up an account on Webull, you're missing out. Free paper trading. You can practice, learn how to trade with them. You get free stocks, so you can get an entry into the stock market with free stocks, free paper trading, and 0 commissions. They also have some really great free scanners on Webull as well. And so again, if you're a new trader and you haven't opened up a Webull account, check it out here. Get some free stocks. There's the link. GBR is showing up on my scanners, you guys. GBR. Still looking at ALF. Okay, so yeah, this month on Webull, you get 4 free stocks if you deposit $100. It's a pretty good deal, guys. Say every stock is $5. You know, and that's if you get like the cheapest ones. But like if every stock is like $5, you're making 20% on your $100 investment. That's a pretty good deal, guys. You know, check out Webull. Or was it TOS? I don't know. Yeah, here's the link. I don't know. We got my man Juan helping me push, so thank you, brother. We're still looking at TRCH, dipping down here to the VWAP. We'll see if it actually holds. Yeah, we'll see what happens with AMC. I don't know, man. We're waiting on it. Yeah, I mean, AMC is back over the VWAP, though. It's back up to 5570s, guys, 5580s. Why does it seem everything pumps except my stocks? I mean, the reality is most penny stocks are going to fail. So you just got to wait for the ones that show your patterns and your setups, test them first, and then attack it that way. There's AMC. It's up to 5560s. VINO is making moves. VINO. Yeah, OPT is just very strange. Huge range, no volume or liquidity. Less than 100,000 shares on average traded. Just strange movement. Here's GBR. Hey, later, Dylan. Have a good day, brother. Thanks for joining us here, bro. Here's CEI. I'm still kind of looking at CEI, but it's just a slow day, guys. There's just not much going on. OPT has a lot of people talking. KIN looked good earlier. APRE, we made a little bit of money on it. It's trying to fight its way back. It's at 7s here. Here's AMC. Well, thank you, Paul. I like you too, bro. In a completely friend way, you know. Hey, thank you, Howard. I do want to say, guys, we're doing our... So, Two-Way, I talked to Two-Way. He's feeling better. So, if you want to be a part of the Trader Rehab show, we already got somebody lined up. But if they can't make it, you know, then we need somebody. We need another guest to be a part of the Trader Rehab show today. I think it's going to be today. Again, message me on Twitter at Beginner Trades if you want to be a part of Trader Rehab. Y'all are hilarious, bro. D-Tango. Yeah. I mean, listen, we all know. You know, we all know. I'm the best looking stock trading YouTuber. Definitely top 5. You know, definitely top 5. John, I find you mildly agreeable. That's okay. I find you mildly agreeable too. Rob, so it's okay. You know. Yeah, real quick, guys, real quick. Just we're having too much shenanigans going on in chat right now. Too many shenanigans. Too many shenanigans are going on. I don't even know how to use that. I don't know if it's plural, singular. Anyways, there's too much shenanigans going on right now in today's stream. So real quick, do you think I look more like Chris Hemsworth or the Ratata Bratata guy from Tosh.0? Which one? Do I look more like Chris Hemsworth, also known as the Hulk, or the Bratata Tosh.0 rapper gangster guy? Let me know what you think right now. Vote for it right now in chat. Vote for it right now in chat. Bratata. Swag. You know. Which one do I look like? Bratata. Look, I'm gonna change my name of this channel to Bratata Trading. That's gonna be it. I'm gonna make an intro and it's just gonna be me with like Bratata, and then it's just gonna cue to whatever else we're doing a video about. Oh no, right? I mean Thor. I'm slacking. Thor, not the Hulk. I mean, you know, I'm probably top 5 most swole YouTubers. Top 5. Hey, well, thank you, Karen. I appreciate that. Purely a sarcastic thing, but hey, listen. When you know, and I'm just, definitely top 5. AMC, it's over $55. We're going to see what happens here. Yeah, Jude. That's it. I look like a baby Ross? What? How dare you, sir? Listen. Those are fighting words, bro. I know, Martin. I'm sorry, Martin. Martin says, please stop. I'm tired of hearing my wife complain every time you start talking about who you look like. Listen, bro. It's my calling here on this channel. That's what I do here, Martin. I'm sorry, Martin's wife. Listen, I gotta do it. Listen. If this stream is nothing else, it's to boost my own ego. Okay? It's to boost my own ego. My ego's out of control. You can't blame me. With great power comes great responsibility, and my ego's out of control. I can't help it. I also look just like Batman, apparently. But I'm just saying. Definitely top 5 greatest YouTubers out there in the world right now. I'm sorry, Martin's wife. I apologize for that. You love to see it. All right, anyways, AMC is back up to almost $56. Can it break it here? Can it break it? Screech, bro? You think I look like Dustin Diamond? Sir, rest in peace to the man, Dustin Diamond. Dustin Diamond had Alanis Morissette all messed up, bro. She was making songs about Dustin Diamond. He had her all messed up, dude. If you know, you know. And Dustin Diamond, also known as Screech, Alanis Morissette was all effed up from that man over there, all right. Hey, all right. It's time to be serious. There's too much tomfoolery over here. To quote one of my favorite movies, Good Will Hunting. Tomfoolery, you gotta love the word. ALYA's trying. We got AMC over here at 5550s. Yeah, dude, Screech is dead, bro. Screech died. Rest in peace. I'm being serious. I'm not joking. Seriously. Rest in peace to Screech. He was the man. You should sell Ross dolls. Merch. I should get just dolls. People would think it's a voodoo doll. I couldn't do that, I'd have a guilty conscience there. All right, so AMC testing the VWAP now. It was both of them, Frank. Trust me. My wife likes Alanis Morissette. She listens to all her music. And so I know all these stories. I know. Okay? It was both of them. Ryan Reynolds, they went on a date, and then Ryan Reynolds was just kind of like, he was getting big at the time, and so that messed her up. And then Screech, he was definitely the main one that she says her songs are about, but trust me, my wife knows. Chat today is, tell me there's nothing going on in the market without telling me there's nothing going on in the market. Yeah, y'all are wondering why I'm joking around today, because the market's boring, man. There's nothing going on in the market, guys. I'm sorry. What do you want me to say? Yeah, he died. I believe he passed away from COVID. I'm not 100% sure, though. But I heard it. I remember that. AMC breaking under 55. Yeah. Yeah, dude, Screech was the man, bro. I'm not judging Screech. He was the man. Listen, if you got an Alanis Morissette song written because of you, you're living life. You know, you're living life. You are winning at life, sir. You know. Hey, but thank you, Pawn. I appreciate the donation, brother. Thank you, man. I'll take it. I'll take the donation, bro. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Oh, Screech had lung cancer. My bad. Sorry. I thought it was COVID, but maybe not. Maybe it's just anybody that, yeah. So rest in peace to the man. He was a good, he was a, you know, he was the man. That's all I'll say. I'm not going to say he was a good dude. I don't know. But he was the man, you know. All right, Rob. TRCH heating up, is it? Should I just have held my position? No. Okay, good. I got out mostly around these highs, so, yeah. Yeah. So freestyle on the beats. Bratata swag. If you know that episode, you know. But yeah, not today. Y'all have to donate a lot more money to get me to freestyle on these beats, you know. My verses go way too hard, you know, to freestyle for free here, you know. That's all I'm saying. GBR still trying. OPT, as much smack as I've talked about OPT today, it's up. I'm down with OPT, you know. It's up to 1360s. We're going to see what happens. I want to see if it holds the VWAP now. Let's see if it actually holds the VWAP. We're broke over that. The volume came in. It looks okay. It looks okay. Yeah. Hey, later, Paulie. Thank you, brother. That's right. Lisa and Screech, the relationship duo of the century. Yeah, you know me, Ricardo. You know, OPT over 1350s. Yeah, definitely top 3 freestylers in the world right now, for sure. You know, for sure. Definitely top 5, really. ENTX is showing up on the scans. Not that much volume, though. Yeah, that's Screech Air. You know, Matt. You know, bro. If you know, you know. If you know the reference, you know. I feel old in here most days, you know. We're just kind of hanging out, guys. Very slow day. Nothing really going on. Yeah, Death Star. I remember that one. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, check out Zach Morris's Trash. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. They're like episode recaps when they show how bad of a person Zach Morris was. So if you haven't seen the comedy, I think it's a Facebook page. It might be a YouTube as well. It's called Zach Morris's Trash. It's absolutely hilarious. Go watch it right now. If you ever watched Saved by the Bell back in the day, watch Zach Morris's Trash. It's absolutely hilarious. GTT. Yeah, GTT needs to get back over the VWAP, but if it does, it's okay. What's the word on AMC? I have no idea, man. I don't know what AMC is doing. It's just consolidating after the opening bell. It's slightly down, but like it's maintaining around the VWAP, which is what you really want to see. OPT is moving, guys. Look at OPT. What is? I don't even know what this is. Let me look this up. I don't even know what's going on with OPT. This is Opetha. Not seeing any company. This is a pump and dump. I'm just gonna say that. I don't know if it is or not. Don't sue me, OPT. I'm just saying this does not have any actual news going on. The float has got to be incredibly small. Let's see what the float is here as well. Float is 25 million, so yeah, it's certainly small enough to pump. I don't know what this is. Very strange move, to be honest. Am I down with OPT? I don't know, bro. It's kind of not really, I guess. I'm not down with OPT. Yeah, you don't know me, I guess. But OPT sitting right under $15. It's halted here. Very strange movement. No company news to really cause this run. It should resume at 46, 10:46 market time. So we'll see. Yeah, I made some money on ALF. Most of our money was made on TRCH. Yeah, I trade crypto sometimes, Fox. Latest trade on crypto was I dip bought Bitcoin at 31,000. Still holding that position though. Crypto is not looking healthy right now, though. This is my crypto portfolio right now. It is not looking good. Not looking pretty. TRCH, just consolidating mostly in a sideways trend. This is what I see. Like, this is the trend right now for TRCH. Slightly higher highs or slightly higher lows though, so like kind of a flat top, but you know, so a little bit of a trend forming there. Let me maybe here. You see that trend right there for TRCH? Doesn't really look that bad. Hey, well, good luck, Death Star. I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea. I think one of the trading styles that we're going to be making some videos about soon is swing trading. I've done really well with my swing trades lately, and most of them are just correlating swing trades that have to do with some type of sector popping off in the market. And so that has been working really well. We're going to be making a video about that soon. But again, guys, if you want to be a part of the Trader Rehab show, Trader Rehab is going to be a podcast. We actually have our first episode already out. And so if you want to check out Trader Rehab, I'll post the link here and you can see it. Again, it's going to be a podcast-like show where we it's going to be a podcast-like show where we interview traders and give them realistic advice on how to improve their trading. If you want to check out the link or check out the first episode, here's the link. Honestly, we got a bunch of views for our first episode here. But if you want to check it out, here's the first episode. Go subscribe. If you want to be a part of it, if you want to be interviewed on it, there's the Trader Rehab link. If you want to be interviewed on the show and we'll give you some advice on trading, message me. You can either email me at beginnertrading@gmail.com or message me on Twitter at beginnertrades, and we'll talk about it. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I don't see too much going on. I'm gonna go ahead and do these push-ups. I gotta do 58 push-ups today, so we're gonna go ahead and do these and then close it down. All right, guys, y'all ready? Let me get this mic out the way so we're not hurting anything. There we go. Don't judge me. Listen, I've got something called venous insufficiency right now, so I'm wearing these big, long, soccer-like socks. Don't judge me. Definitely top 5 soccer player in the world right now. But I got these big socks called compression socks because I have some type of weird vein issue in my leg. So don't judge me for these socks. But yeah, we're going to do these push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whew. All right. I did them all in one go. Feels good, man. Feels good. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here, though. Appreciate the love, guys. Appreciate the donations. We'll see you guys later. Love you all. Have a good day, guys. And yeah, we'll see you guys next time.